Good morning. Members of the board and the community, good morning to you. Today is August the 31st, 2023. This is both the public hearing for the adoption of the fiscal 24 budget and a regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of the Board of the Islands Community Improvement District. Today's meeting was properly noticed. A copy of the affidavit of notice of publication of today's meeting, as well as the notice of mailing, will be part of the record. But the meeting was properly noticed, and with that, we should indicate that we have 4 board members present, 1 by Zoom. Annalise is by Zoom.
Lisa says she can't hear us.
I got you now.
Well,
Yeah, she's.
never mind.
But with that, Mr. Chairman, if we can introduce a motion to approve the agenda, and as part of that, recognize that Annalise will be participating by Zoom, citing extraordinary circumstances.
Well, if you could, as part of the motion would be to allow full participation by Supervisor Hanson due to exceptional circumstances.
All right. I make a motion that we do what they just talked about. In other words, amend them, approve the agenda and allow Lisa to participate via
Fully due to exceptional circumstances. Fully participate. by the
fully
exceptional
participate.
circumstances.
It's like getting married.
Participate remotely, finding exceptional circumstances.
Okay, that's the motion. Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, as part of that, and at your request, we are going to move items 7 and 12B on the regular agenda up on the schedule today. We will do this immediately following the approval of the minutes. The reason for that is we have our 2 main contractors for the community, both your utility operations contractor and our landscape maintenance contractor are here today for separate items, and we want to get them in and out and on their way back to work, given what we anticipate to be perhaps a long discussion associated with the budget. So
The volume is. You need to turn it up. Something happened.
okay, we can hear you. Hang on one second. Annalise, how's that?
No, it's very, very light. I can barely hear you.
Do you still have that puck? Oh, you got that.
Yeah.
Is that the volume on that?
Yeah, it's their volume coming out.
Okay.
Annalise, we'll try to speak up. The PA system.
It was fine. It was fine, and then all of a sudden it wasn't fine.
Okay. But you are able to hear my voice?
Barely.
Okay.
Tell Steve to say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. But it was fine. I don't know what. Something happened. I don't know what.
Yeah,
Maybe it's on her end. Maybe her.
Yeah, we're able to hear you very, very clearly.
I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll do the best we can then.
Okay, if at the time, feel free, we'd be happy to repeat items and/or help rephrase things just to keep straight on your end.
The thing of it is, we probably have a lot of people on Zoom here that would, I don't know, do we have very many on Zoom?
12.
12? It'd be nice if they could hear us.
Unmute one of those 12 people and see if they can hear us. You got names on there? So where's the rest of the group? I only got. That's why I told my son not to
You
come.
don't know.
1, 2, 3. That was it.
They have to unmute themselves.
We won't decide. Why would we expect that?
With that, Mr. Chairman, at your discretion, we'll continue with item 7 today, and this will be our utility operations summary for the month of July. Good morning, Mitch.
Good morning, everybody. At the wastewater plant last month, everything was good. We didn't have any issues. We met all of our FDEP requirements. Water distribution was the same. We met all of our FDEP requirements. The pump station at the plant for the irrigation is working fine. The station on the canal, which we're all aware of, it has some issues. It's running on 2 pumps right now. We treated 2.34 million gallons of wastewater, produced 3 million gallons of drinking water, and we sent out 8.2 million gallons, or 8.1 million gallons of irrigation. No issues with the pump stations, no odor complaints. The auto flushers, which you approved for us to upsize, really helped with chlorine, so that really made a big difference. So we're backing chlorine down and not having issues keeping it at the end of Newport.
Where are you at the plant with that?
Right now at the plant, we're running at a 3.7, and I think out in distribution, we're around a 2.5. The Caves Drive, we have that scheduled after the rainy season to camera the end of that so we can see where the infiltration is. So they should be doing that. We replaced that flow meter that was bad at the water treatment plant. The generators are all fueled and ready for the storm, which we had no effect of the storm here, which is good for us and good for you. The CL2 and NTU meter and pH analyzers, those were all replaced, which you were aware of. The SCADA, they're supposed to be on site October the 1st, installing all the SCADA. So everything has come in. We're just waiting.
By the meeting on October, we'll probably have that running.
And that's the hope. Yes, sir. Yeah, they tell us 7 to 10 days. So we should.
Annalise is really familiar with that. She owns one of those systems, so we'll probably have to work with you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. As part of the permit renewal, we had a FDEP inspection, and part of that inspection we got what they call a warning letter. That warning
Excuse
letter.
me, we're on Zoom and we can't even hear what you're saying. Is there any way that you can correct it?
Let's get closer to the mic, is all we can do.
Where is the mic?
It's right here.
On the side.
Step up a little bit there, Mitch. See.
Get up close and personal.
Excuse me, there's some other people that are texting me and telling me they also can't hear.
Can we use this microphone, Steve?
That would
Can't hear. Mitch, can you say something else so they can hear?
Can you hear me now?
Kevin, can you plug that microphone into your...
No.
that microphone.
Can you go to
But
external
this just
mic
goes
on
to
your
that.
computer?
That just goes.
Now I can't see you.
Can you hear me any?
That's not true.
Yeah, there's two...
Barely.
Did you turn the one on the
There's
inside of it?
inside is
It's on.
Okay,
Up that's
It's on?
there you go.
Okay.
just a lot of people here.
Anyway, back to the letter from the DEP. As part of that permit renewal, they're requesting that some of the equipment that, well, actually all the equipment that had been in op since the very beginning that is not working, which we have talked about in the past, we're going to have to put that stuff back into service. And to do so, I will start compiling an estimate, and I'll bring that to you at the next board meeting for your review. And I'll work with Dan throughout the process too, so he knows.
But not that equipment that's on this end.
So when that equipment at the end was installed, it gave them the ability not to use some like recycle pumps, some floating aerators, so they never used those. And when we started running the plant, it doesn't affect us. It's only there for redundancy, and you have to have redundancy. So that's why they want it back. But in the scheme of things, it's small compared to like the big piece of equipment at the end that we're abandoning.
And none of that equipment that you're going to abandon is anything that we could use anywhere else?
You're welcome to come look.
No, you're the guy.
No, it's nothing that we can use at the plant.
Okay.
No. And in abandoning, I say we just leave it there where it's been sitting for the last 7 years and just let it sit there. There's no need in taking
You
it
think
apart.
anybody, I mean, you think if you advertised it, or you think anybody would
I do
come
not
and
think
take the salvage for the pumps and the
Maybe you could have a scrap guy that would come and take it for the metal,
Yeah.
but I think that's all, in my opinion.
I mean, should we get it out of there if we can?
It frees up that space, but again, I don't know. To me, it's not hurting anything
Right.
there, and it's just spending money to get it out of there. But again, that's
Well,
totally up to you.
Maybe we can find a scrap guy.
Sure, I can ask.
You know, if we could get it out of there without costing us money, it probably would be a good idea.
Yeah. Sure.
If we, just a point of reference, if we can do that as part of a demolition proposal, if it is separate or has any residual value, Florida statutes would require us to declare it surplus in advance and make it available for some sort of competitive process. So as we move forward, we'll kind of consider this part of a demolition effort and part of a proposal for that way. If it has any back-end value to the demolition contractor, then we'll deal with that if
We're
necessary.
getting a demolition contractor?
No, I'm saying that otherwise, for example, if we owned our own equipment, Ford pickup trucks or skid mowers or something like that, there's a separate process for me to itemize and then have you declare it surplus property for purposes of disposing it. And so I don't know exactly the type of equipment that we're
Is that
talking
something that we can, that you could do for us?
I'll help frame a motion here, and if so, then can you just elaborate, Mitch, a little bit for me as to what it is that may be considered scrap at this
Sure.
point?
I can. You want that in the email or you want it now?
If you could sort of allude to it.
I've been to it.
Okay.
A lot of us have been to it.
It's called an MBR. It is just a function of.
Excuse me, we still cannot hear you.
It is called an MBR. It's just a function of the plant that is no longer being used. It's
Okay.
not utilized for anything. So it's just taking up space right now.
Okay. So is it a
I
piece?
can't hear anything either. I could hear in the beginning, but I can't hear
Yeah.
anything now.
Let's shut it down and reboot it, because when we tested everything in advance,
Okay.
It
do it.
all worked.
Let's
So-
just take a brief.
I can't hear either, whatever you're saying.
So we'll, just for purposes of the record, we'll indicate that we've taken a brief recess, and we'll try to
talking 5
reboot
minutes?
yeah, we'll reconvene in 5 minutes, I say.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a 5-minute break, try to get this straightened out. Sorry.
Can I just say while we're taking the 5-minute break, if
So
you're
the
parking
NBR,
in the mail
when you
kiosk
come to the plant,
and
you
you're,
go
we're
all the way
still
to the
here
very
at
end. It's under the
12:30,
big awning.
please move your car.
That
or
replaces only the
either
clarifier at the
The
plant.
mailman won't
And
stop.
that's when they installed back in 2000. It was on, and it really
Yeah,
worked
it is.
well.
I mean, it has a green light.
It wasn't working at all.
So I've got to get one again.
It was under $1,000. Just to try to make it work again. It wasn't working. It's going to help it 100%. Yes, now it's back to the conventional clarifier. If we put the disc filter in, that doesn't have, all it is there for is to make sure you got it. See, you have the same filter now, so we could do one and we still have redundancy. 2 is good, but one is sufficient. So that'll be up to you guys to decide.
If anybody's interested, we've got a copy of the CID up here, or what it looks like we're going to need
Putting back.
for repairs. If anybody's interested in looking at it. Also, there's operation and maintenance responsibilities, which, sorry, excuse me.
Even with the new tank.
Excuse me? There's also operation and maintenance responsibilities over here, which tells you,
It's funny that they're not muted.
well, I guess,
I think it's,
It's good that we did the
One.
No, I'm just saying that you got to do all that.
Yeah, but therefore it's coming across.
Again, I don't know.
Not perfectly, yeah.
So I
Even
don't
through
know
your computer, they
what
can.
required for 5 years. It'll start automatic. It'll do it. It won't tell me the plant that it's straight. And if the power goes out, the generator.
Okay, we're back online. Make sure everybody can see us.
If the hurricane.
Talk to you about the swell. Is it you or is it
We have generated.
A lease,
that's non-functional?
yeah, it'll have to be brought up.
Gallons you have to have. I do know that. I'm just reporting to bring that online.
Yeah, we can.
You think we got to tell everybody to get all
Like I said, right now, the two pumps and the plant, they separately blown up, so we never had a fire.
She could at least hear the cell phone.
I've also got,
And I know you guys are used to having a court reporter.
What's that?
I know you guys are used to having a court reporter, and I don't want to have to stop you, so you guys haven't done it yet. We're just going to talk one at a time.
We usually do that here. It's not like before. If you were here before, where everybody talks over everybody. We don't do that.
I understand how it is, and yes and no, not yeah and yeah.
I don't care about that.
Then we would get trouble because there's no storage.
I have a swell on the side of my house that hangs in the canal.
And that would be the old one.
Drove us crazy.
That's not a functional
Yes, but it's only 10 out setback. Because we're going to use the old water tank for storage to go with irrigation. So it adds 230,000. You know more than I do. How many gallons of the average house fire
get
you
the
put on?
swale and go down to the west.
So it's not designed to dump off into the canal.
Yeah.
So that goes all the way to the next property.
It would actually go across
6-inch mains.
William, everybody else. But realistically,
West.
And what does it mean?
Wi-Fi, but I am not a tech
I'm putting this here because I'm having trouble hearing you.
Probably empty it pretty quick, right? Like a truck.
Does it come back?
Yep, they can get 10,000 gallons.
We're good.
attention, please. We're back on.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just for the record, Annalise has been texting me. She said she can hear. Every now and then the video goes off and on, but it might be the Wi-Fi.
Gotcha.
Why? And I asked her also, because she mentioned other individuals were texting her with their difficulties, and I asked her if she could text the others that have been texting you and ask, and she goes, yes. So if anything else happens, I'll let you know.
We had this happen several months ago. We were sort of somewhat limited by the Wi-Fi capabilities of this room, but we are back on. And
So that's the other thing. We're limited on Wi-Fi here, so if a lot of you guys are using your phones with the Wi-Fi on it, it might be taken away from our signal, correct?
So we're thinking.
So,
And just for information, I'm using my cell phone service, not Wi-Fi, for my hotspot.
whatever.
So just to let you know, that's how people can access.
Okay, Mitch, sorry.
Oh, that's it. So we spoke about the equipment that we'll have to replace and repair. I'll get you estimates, and I'll work with Dan on that, and then you guys can review it. It doesn't have to be done right away. It just has to be done. Any questions for me?
no, that's Rustin.
Yeah, we want to work on getting the sprayer back.
So on the sprayer, I just need, if we can dedicate a lock that is yours for that gate and that warehouse portion, I don't think that's an issue, or I have to have a waiver for the insurance for a terrorism waiver. Just if people are coming in and out, it is all.
Like,
But
can't we use the lock that's on the container?
yes,
Right.
I just need to change the lock on that door, just to where that part of the building that has nothing to do with the water treatment is accessible by someone other than a non-operator.
So the door is going to lock too?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Because it wasn't locked before?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can get that arranged, and if the board tells me yes, and that'll be better anyway. That way you can fill it, because we're not.
Right.
You have the ability, following 9/11, the Patriot Act was adopted that put certain controls on banking and utility and potable water operating systems related to terrorism. So there's no problem associated with that.
So the board has to...
Motion?
Motion to accept the utility operations report today.
All right, I make a motion to accept it.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
What do you want me to do with that container?
Just
List-
leave it for
list-
now. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, list
Send-
it and sell it.
Send
In the
me an
service.
email.
It's not a very good
and we'll
container.
dispose of it accordingly. Just send me an email so that I can point to that. If you can just give me a brief description of the piece of equipment that is no
Okay.
longer functional or hasn't been, and then now I'll have that in the record for the auditors next year.
Okay.
Okay, well, we've got two containers there. We get the other one inside the fence. What's
One
it?
inside the fence is really bad. Maybe that one.
Swap them out. Do we need it?
We don't need either one of them.
All right.
Well, maybe if we can get the guy to come and take out the other end stuff, maybe
Yes.
take those two.
Okay.
All right, thank
All right.
you. And then, Mr. Chairman, at your request, we're also going to hear item 12C today, as in Charlie. The community's primary landscape maintenance contractor is Soto's Landscaping. Robert Soto is here today. He's the principal. I think you wanted him just to give a brief overview.
Yeah, I just asked him to come here because he hadn't been here for a while, and I didn't know if some of the residents had questions about landscaping, and if they did, you could ask him directly. So, Robert?
Robert, if you don't mind, if you can just kind of give then the board, and for purposes of the meeting, just a little review of your scope of services, the major seasonal activities, fertilizations, turf and shrubs, pruning, things that are within the scope, specifically anything extra related to mulch, pruning, or irrigation repairs. Just kind of give us a little executive summary overview of the type of activities that are performed here. And good morning.
Good morning.
You're on.
You're on.
Is on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Robert Soto from Soto's Lawn. Kevin, Neil, nice to meet you guys. You too. First time meeting you guys. I did email the contract, the overall contract with the frequency sheet that we have, that we've done for the past, I guess, 13 years, that I could recall for you guys, and the CID. The general maintenance, overall, the landscape maintenance is what you see of your properties and your areas. Some areas are broken down a little bit differently. There is a breakdown sheet of everything that we do on a monthly basis, how it's built. So Wellfield Road, retention areas, Plant, 41, K's, Newport.
Who did
It's
you
all.
send that to?
I have it.
I said.
Okay.
I've
I
got it
haven't
here.
seen it.
You want to get it now?
No, I just like it.
Okay, I'll forward it.
I want to see it.
So in the general maintenance, some stuff doesn't happen every week. Some
Yep.
stuff happens once or twice a year, like the well field, the pushback, the mowing of all the way down, the 5 miles, whatever that is way down there, but it's far. And the pushback of the Brazilian pepper, as you get to give access to get fuel back to your stations that you guys have back there. We always do that in the fall. The plant, your main boulevards, your medians, those are serviced weekly.
Excuse me. Kevin, is that something that we could post on our website so that everybody in here could see what he's doing?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
Okay. And I also have, I also sent the frequency sheet of when we can fertilize, what we put down,
Perfect.
the months that we do it, so you guys have an idea of when it's going to happen. Irrigation, I mean, we maintain your irrigation on all the areas that are irrigated. Just to give you guys an update on Newport Drive, we had I came on Wednesday out here and I saw the water running, and it was running in that center big island as soon as you pass the cell center. It was running for, I don't know how long, but there was a lot of water. And it's a 3-inch valve, which is pretty big. It's not common, but it's on the old mainline system that you guys had originally from Newport. So my guy dug it all up, got it ready, and went to the meter, and it was full of wasps, bees. It was just bees, full of bees. So he wasn't able to do that repair yet, but Mitch said he was going to help me out with that and take care of that. So that is still exposed. As soon as the bees leave, we'll be able to turn off the water because I got to cut the main line in order to replace that.
Is that the same one that was flooding before up there?
No, this is on Newport Drive.
Okay.
So just if you guys see that area, that's why it hasn't been repaired, because
The bees.
right
Okay.
now. So once they go away, we'll take care of that. Your mulch, it happens, we do it every February, once a year, and that's part of your contract as well. So irrigation we haven't been able to turn it off. The rain has been very unreliable, sporadic, and most of the time by the summer we have the timers off, and we turn them off until it starts to get dry again. And but we handle all of that. It's all part of your scope of work. Palm tree trimming, hardwood trimming, upgrades, obviously, that kind of stuff. We do submit proposals. You guys approve them. Anything above and beyond, it comes to you guys first before we do it. Irrigation, normally we've done the repairs without permission. As far as we just take care of it once we're there, but we submit, we give you guys the location, the labor, the parts. It's all broken down. I've been, grateful and thankful to the CID for allowing us to work with you guys for so many years. We were on standby yesterday. Actually, my only crew that worked yesterday was our South crew, which is the crew that does CID, Port of the Owls in general. Our North crews, we were all on standby. So luckily, we were very blessed. We don't need another one. We were good. So, I just wanted to give you guys, that we're always ready to serve you guys and with our equipment.
We appreciate it. I was out mowing lawn yesterday and watching your boys work on that Meridian.
Mm-hmm.
They are animals.
Yeah.
Oh, man, they work hard.
Yeah, they do. They work super hard. And we service you guys every Tuesday.
Kevin, do you have anything?
No, not for Robert, no. Thank you.
Any other board questions?
I don't have any for him.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, I'm sort of in the business. I hire landscapers on behalf of our bigger clients like Pelican Bay and Pelican Marsh and Lely Resort, and it's a brutal labor market. It really is. We're approaching $18.50 with a $1,000 signing bonus and a $1,000 retention bonus, and the marketplace is brutal at the moment, and so. Our dealings with Robert have been exceptionally good, and apparently he treats his people well because the crews are fully staffed and properly supervised, but
You don't see turnover.
No.
not in this regard, and I'm fighting this battle, on behalf of other clients.
We have
on a
54
daily
guys,
basis.
and a lot of my guys have been with for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We're a little out of order, but as I said, we're trying to get these guys back to work. Any other general questions concerning the common area landscaping here in the community?
I wanted to mention,
Go ahead.
the Gumbo Limbo on Newport Drive, the power company came through right across the street from the fire department in the marina. There's a big Gumbo Limbo. They hacked the backside of that tree pretty bad, and it's very off balance. I will submit a proposal for that. If you guys, you'll see where it's kind of just overhanging the road, and we need to reshape that tree because it can go down. It's too heavy for one side. So I'll submit that over to you.
Yeah, he's entitled to an extra. Generally, anything over 14 feet of this nature is a structural sort of pruning, and we'll just deal with that in the normal course.
Good.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Catherine Kellmeyer. Robert, I didn't hear what you were doing with the Gumbo Limbo.
I'm going to try to balance it back out because it's all to the side. That's actually by your property, yes.
Right, and when the wind comes through, there's a lot of branches that fall off at that particular
Yeah, we
point.
just got to
Thank
balance
you.
it back out. So I wanted to bring that to your guys' attention as well.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks again.
Michelle Holloway. I was wondering if you are still taking care of the property across the street that Steve owns one side and JC owns the other, that is actually theirs. Those are their trees and that's their
As of right now, nothing has changed. We are maintaining exactly what the CID had me do before, so that's, that has not changed. I am still servicing the property as I was before.
Would you prefer to have all that removed?
No, I wouldn't, but if it is removed, I think it's the responsibility of the owners. They got it when they bought the property.
Okay,
Okay?
thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll allow these gentlemen to get back to work.
Thank you.
We have David with the whole Montez and the pump stations.
Yeah, at the discretion of the chairman, if you want to go ahead and
Because
get
Mitch
your
is
engineer.
waiting for this to come up, so we could get him back if we take this.
Okay, I have no problem.
Okay.
And so for clarity and for purposes of our transcription, this is the engineer's report on behalf of the district engineer as it relates to the pump station. I provided each one of the board members with a copy of the memorandum at your place there. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. Yes, we set on, my name is David Schmidt. I'm with Home Montez. We're the district engineer. And we prepared a report at your request concerning the canal pump station and how it related to the storage tank at the water treatment plant. We did some investigation, we did some looking, we found an old report that was prepared several years ago concerning the system. And in reviewing that and doing some calculations, we find that we're not going to be able to eliminate the canal pump station. We're still going to need it as part of our system to provide adequate irrigation and fire protection for the district. We had hoped that we would find something different when we did our investigation, that we would be able to upgrade the existing facilities at the treatment plant itself. But unfortunately, we're constrained by pipeline sizes. We're not able to move enough water between the water plant and the most remote parts of the system to provide proper irrigation and fire flows. And of course, the report talks a little bit about how fire flows over the years have increased based upon construction and fire needs and so forth. And they're greater now than when the system was initially conceived way back in the 90s. With that said, there is the need to go ahead and upgrade the canal pump station. And we've got some recommendations in there as far as steps that you need to go ahead and take as far as looking at it, taking an evaluation of what the existing elevations are there, if there's any need to go ahead and raise any of the equipment, not only to meet FEMA, but to go ahead and maybe bump that up to a 500-year level or even greater to handle future resiliency of that facility. So there's some different stages there. And at this point, I'll just answer any questions if you do have anything on concerning this report itself.
And when I was talking to you earlier, and you were saying that it's something we probably should do fairly soon.
Yes.
Have you got a ballpark idea what this is going to cost?
I think at one time we were projecting, and maybe it's on the CIP here, was it around 400,000, Mitch? Do you remember what some of that equipment was going to cost back there?
I thought it was way more than that.
Okay. Because there is a generator we need to replace.
Yeah.
And it's got, if I remember correctly, it's got 250 horsepower pump, so it's 40 and a 10 horsepower pump.
I think a lot of it depends on whether we replace the generator and maybe just the control panel for what we have, or if we, build a new enclosure and new pumps and redo the tank. So there's a big variable there, I think.
Right. And there's, as far as I know, there's been no inspection done of the intake structure and also the pumping chambers that are there. That may be something that needs to be done, just to make sure that they are adequate and there's no obstructions or anything. It doesn't make sense to go to all the costs of repairing and rehabilitating that entire system if we have other issues.
And we're looking at putting another 109 homes in there, which is all, we're going to have to protect them with our fire service as well. So all of a sudden now we're looking at another 4 or 5, who knows how many hundreds of $1,000s that we haven't budgeted for this year.
When we talked about the new storage tank, we expedited the tank, and I know that hasn't been worked on, but we're hoping to get that back under.
Yeah, we haven't been authorized yet to do any kind of detailed design on the tank. You asked us first to take a look at the irrigation pump station and the pumping facilities at the plant to see how that would all play a role in. That was phase 1 of the proposal we presented. a while back, and you authorized phase 1, but you haven't authorized any additional phases at this point.
Okay. We talked about that storage tank, expediting the tank, and that would take care of the need for this pump station?
No, it will not.
Okay, not anymore.
That was the phase 1, was to evaluate whether we might be able to add that tank, do some additional pumping upgrades at the plant itself, and eliminate that station, but unfortunately, we're not able to.
And you, under phase 1, you have estimates for the tank?
We did prepare, well, prior to phase 1, phase 1 didn't have anything to do with the cost of the tank, but we did provide some estimates at that point. And I think there is actually some estimates in that FEMA report that we just prepared also for you.
Okay.
Could this have been in,
Yes,
and now it's too late?
yes.
So if we'd have known about this sooner, we could have probably got it under some of this grant money.
I could have added it to the grants, that's for sure.
Any other questions?
No.
Anything in addition, Dave, on background for your report today before you leave?
No, just if we're just addressing this, I do have some other things underneath the engineer's report, but we can
Wait on that.
hold on. I'll
Okay.
hold on that.
All right.
Okay. Mitch, anything else that you need?
No, sir, I just wanted to be present in case you had any questions to me, anything.
Okay. You're good to go.
You want to
Thanks, Mitch.
introduce your associate today or let us know what his capacity is?
Absolutely, I would love to. This is Matthew Gillespie, and I've hired him to help me oversee the operations portion of our company, just because with growth and our workload, that I get torn in two directions, and I want to make sure that you have 100% of what you pay us for. I will always still be available, but he will be physically here on a weekly basis, more than myself.
So would you prefer us to call him?
You absolutely, he'll be like your first point of contact, but
Okay.
again, I'll get you all that information, and I still will always be available. I'm
Perfect.
100% involved. I just
Perfect.
want to make sure that I am giving you the service that
Well, just as long as he does as good a job.
Yeah.
he may even do better.
All right.
Thanks, Mitch. If you would, just share with us his contact information, email, and any changes with respect to after-hours call numbers and things like that.
I sure will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Me too.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. Then we will reconvene with the regular agenda. We'll open the public hearing. This is the public hearing to consider the final adoption of the fiscal 2024 budget. This budget has previously been workshopped by the board back in May, and in addition, copies were sent in accordance to the county. By purposes of just review and background on this, the total budget for the community for the coming year is $2,004,226, split proportionally between your general operating and maintenance fund, $611,678, and your utility fund at $1,392,548. Of those two amounts, the portion that is attributable to the non-ad valorem special assessment for the general maintenance budget is $455,558, and the utility operating fund is $1,042,738. The balance of the revenues to the total include miscellaneous revenues, interest earnings on the account, which are substantially over budget year to date just due to the current interest environment. The total ERU rate on the general side for next year remains unchanged in accordance with your instructions to us at $403.11. I'll just tell you, there's, I think, a lot of value that is received in return for the $403.11. And then the portion for the utility side, as your utility rates are subsidized through non-ad valorem assessments are per the schedule that remains unchanged from the prior year. And the schedule has a different factor to it depending on the use as part of the ERC contribution. We levy two different assessments. One of them is called an ERU. It's an equivalent residential unit charge for maintenance and operations, and then the separate charge, the ERC, is equivalent residential connections on utility accounts. And so it gets a little confused at times, but they are considered different assessments, and they will be levied separately. In advance of today, there were two written comments that were received in our office. They are behind the next portion of this item. We got two comments, one from Mr. Sullivan and then the other one from, and I forget the gentleman's last name, but JC is how he's referred to here. I apologize for that. But they're part of the record this morning. I've received several calls from people, but only two at the office in advance of the public hearing today. So the written comments, in accordance with the statute, which in this case is Chapter 197, that is referred to as the uniform method of special assessments that is prescribed for all units of local government, and we are a unit of local government. We're special purpose government in this case and administered separately. But with that, by way of background, no increase in the assessments for next year. Budgets have slightly increased again due to non-ad valorem other revenue sources, and in particularly the interest earnings. Let me just tell you, because I think it is important. The interest earnings thus far for the year through 9 months, or through the first 3 quarters, were $118,617. The original forecast from the prior year was that those interest revenues would only be $2,000 this year. So, that flows through to the bottom line. And the fund equity that is associated there. Current cash on hand at the end of 3 quarters, $4,650,000. $3.3 million of that is in the primary operating account that includes your capital reserve. And then on the water sewer side, $620,000. So the overall fund equity and cash positions are improved over the prior year. It resulted in no proposed increase in the assessments. There was obviously a methodology review. We're going to get to that in just a second. That methodology review has focused on, in this particular case, 3 different types of adjustments to the assessment roll. The first one, for many, many years, there were parcels here that received no assessment at all. They were highlighted on that schedule that I have put in front of you. They include the commercial cell tower parcel and the gun club parcel, and also the county marina parcel that is owned by the Board of County Commissioners. In addition, there was a residential parcel that is in the lower southeast portion of the community that had not previously paid any general assessment, and it was included for purposes of residential allocation in the one unit that is currently eligible for that parcel as it exists. We have reconciled the fact that in the case of double lots, as they are referred to here, all of those currently meet the property appraiser's requirement to be combined for tax purposes, and so we have affirmed that there is not a separate tax folio to attach vacant lots that are owned by an adjacent owner. With that, I'll just pause there to see if Tony has any other comments in advance.
Neil mentioned that, and included in the agenda packet are comments, objections by 2 individuals, and Mr. Sullivan was one of the individuals, and there are additional follow-up emails and objections and comments he made, similar, but providing more argument or backup for his position, of August 15th, August 21st, and those are on file in the district and will be included as part of the record.
With that, Mr. Chairman, we can see if there are any comments on the part of the board, and then we'll turn to the public comment portion. But let's address any questions or comments that individual board members might have first.
The public hearing?
We've opened the public hearing,
Okay.
yes.
So, today, we're going to ratify this budget, right?
Yes, sir.
Can changes be made to it today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I went through it and I highlighted a few things, like our engineering and our legal services, and this happens every year. 22, we had 12, just in the general fund, we had $12,000. Last year, at Russ's request, we doubled that to $24,000. We've already spent dang near double that this year, and we're looking at proposing another budget of the same number, $24,000 and $25,000. I don't think it's realistic. I don't see how our legal and our engineering is going to go down next year. While we're still working on parcel 13, we're still working on assessments, we're working on all this stuff. So my question is whether or not that's accurate.
They were part of the budget workshop. If you have a suggestion, I'm going to keep a running list here of revisions. And if there is a suggestion that you want to increase those, for example, on the engineering side, the 6-month actual at the time this was done was $13,500. The annual budget was $24,000. Hang on, I'll get it for you. The amount that has increased in the last 3 months, or through the end of the third quarter or 9 months, is right at $21,000 year to date.
Is that including the invoices we just got in the last month?
No.
Yeah, well, there's a big ones.
So the original forecast for engineering fees was $24,000. You want to increase that by $10,000?
What do you fellas think?
What, on both sides? General and...
Where are we going to be at right now? We projected for
I think she wants to talk. She wants to hear you.
Oh, louder, yes. We'll do that.
So, I would very much be surprised if we aren't into this double this year.
50,000.
Huh?
50,000.
50,000 each. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if we're not.
Okay.
And I just
Double it.
I can't believe. Yeah, I
He just
double it.
Yeah, he just did, and so again, because we have two funds, and we do prorate our expenses between the general maintenance fund and then your utility fund. The suggestion there is that we revise those to $50,000 each. Which would be a combined increase of $52,000, and we'll offset these in your contingency. So I'll reduce contingency and I'll increase these line items by the suggested amounts. You said the next one was legal services?
Yeah, I think we should double both of them.
Okay, budget again was $25,000 and $24,000 respectively in the utility fund. So the current total is 49, and again, your suggestion being
I
to
don't
go
think
to
our legal's going to go down.
150 in each fund.
You know how he is.
Nothing. Okay.
So what's it increased to?
50,000 between both the operating fund and the separate legal fund. Or
So it'll
utility
become
fund.
150.
It'll be 100.
100. Okay.
The next one's mostly a question. Why is it in 22 and 23 website is $1,200 and 24 we're looking at doubling that?
We've had some additional elements that are added to that. I get billed for monthly maintenance, and so as we have added additional monthly revisions to include separate links to the video archive and things like that, we're on kind of an incremental cost there. So we're putting more on the website from a hosting standpoint, and we're adding some increased cost on monthly maintenance in order to upload those separate files.
Okay. Because it seems like we're still doing the same thing that we did with Cal. I mean, he did all those things.
Yeah, I'll make a note to verify that. We inherited these guys. I will tell you, they're very responsive.
Okay. How about field services? You got $10,000 in there. Are we paying for field services at the present time?
I'm sorry, which one?
Under operation and maintenance, field services, you're proposing 10,000. This year it was 24,000.
Yeah, part of our rationale to designate Kevin for day-to-day, we have not billed you anything thus far for field management services. Historically, your former manager charged you a flat $2,400 or $2,000 per month.
Right.
And our basis for billing, my base fee, we're on a comparative basis, we're about $10,000 less per year than your former manager. But I've kept a little allowance in there for field management services. If we get above the number of hours that we have budgeted for Kevin, which is 10 biweekly.
And what will we get for this 10 grand?
You're not going to be charged unless we incur, an extraordinary amount of hourly
Okay, so
charges.
this is basically
I haven't charged you anything in 6 months.
a contingency then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If we had a particular project or a situation involving a storm or
Gotcha.
something like that where
Okay.
I exceed the base number of hours.
Okay, like
but
before we were paying $2,000 a month and we weren't getting much for it.
You may
Now
not
you're
have-
saying we're going to put in 10,000 and you may or may not even need that.
I haven't needed any in the first 6 months on the job here, and so I think overall, our current forecast is not to charge you any field management services before the end of the year, but I like having some capacity there, whether it's things involving FEMA grants or storm recovery and that kind of thing. But our base fee includes a pre-allotted amount of time for Kevin.
Okay. Moving down to R&M on grounds. We had 5,000 in 22 and 25,000 this year. And now we're going to 20. What does R&M cover?
I think
R&M ground.
my understanding is plant replacement primarily, and that's why year-to-date we haven't spent anything with Soto for either sod or plant replacement, but that's normally covered. If he has extraordinary cost, like he alluded to, this gumbo limbo tree, that's not part of his base bid, and so I would receive in advance a proposal, we'll authorize it, but it gets charged against that object code.
I'm wondering how much of this has been going into that meridian out on 41 there. It seems like that's where we're replacing our plants. Okay.
Yeah, again, let me just tell you through 9 months what you have spent. And Kevin, I'm not aware of any immediate plant replacement things that Soto's has proposed, or are there any that are there? Yeah, we're still good there. So
Okay.
I'm satisfied if you are. I mean, if for some reason this winter, we, on his recommendation, wanted to replace some plants or shrubs within the median, or we have other costs that he's eligible to bill for, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Under that same operation and maintenance, we've got stormwater drainage of $4,000. What are we going to do for $4 grand?
Well, again, this is the budget that we inherited. There are no immediate projects that are contemplated, in my opinion. We did replace previously, Dan, I'll need your help. Prior to our arrival, there were some culverts on the Wellfield access road, some cross culverts that were replaced. This would have been an eligible expense for that. This is part of our FEMA claim, but it would normally include drainage facilities inspection or repair and replacement, things like that. We've not incurred any cost in the first 6
I
months.
thought that the previous board in their budget had like over $400,000 in this stormwater drainage.
No, they had some
Like
separate.
$436,000 or something like that.
Yeah, that's under the capital cost center.
Okay, I haven't seen that on.
It's on page 3. There was an amount that was designated, but no specific. It was generally called utility meter replacement,
Right.
as depicted in the general fund as
It
opposed
was
to the
written under
utility.
utility replacement, which was already all done.
That's where it was expensed in the current year as part of the current year's budget.
Okay, so then basically we're taking this 436 out that's under the utility meter replacement, and we're not going to add anything in. So basically we haven't budgeted anything for working on our stormwater drainage.
Not through the workshop in May. You can, if you want to put what I would call a plug number.
Yes, we need to.
Yeah, well, we can,
Yes.
and we can put a plug number. The appropriate place to put it would be in the capital outlay portion, and then the source of revenue to offset that in order for it to balance would be a transfer from the fund equity portion. So, for example, the amount is not currently part of the assessment, but there's a separate cash contingency, a capital reserve that would be the source of funding. So if you have a number that you want to suggest and put it, but the appropriate place to put it would be here under the capital cost center.
Annalise, do you want to deal with this?
Yes. We're gonna have to work on our drainage and bring it up to spec, at least evaluate it, because we have drainage issues. So I think that you should put at least 100,000 in there to start to see what we're going to need to do. Like I said, we need to evaluate the CID controlled swales. I'm not talking about the homeowner swales behind their houses or in front of their houses. I'm talking about the CID swales, which are along the roads. They're laterals that go to swales behind homeowners. We need to evaluate those. Then we need to evaluate the swales behind the property owner swales. I think there's an education that needs to go on about swales behind people's houses or in front of people's houses. So
And
we're going to need to spend, and I'd like to start that project, September or October, to look at that. We need to get this going.
yeah,
If you look at our operation and maintenance responsibilities here, it basically, the drainage we're responsible for is Newport Drive and Kays Drive. That's
Correct.
what we're looking at. And it's,
Yes.
and it's not everything on them, but it's over in...
We need to start someplace. We need to start there.
Yeah, Newport
And
Drive.
then, like I said, between that and educating homeowners on how to maintain the swales behind their homes or in front of their homes, so that once the drainage leaves the road and goes into these back swales, that everybody understands that these swales are meant to hold this water and let it slowly drain into the canal. But they need to hold the water. They're not supposed to go over the riprap or the canal into the canal. They're supposed to slowly drain. And in some cases, there is an outfall at the end of most streets.
I would like to just take a chance right now to, I've gotten a lot of emails and phone calls and whatnot that people are unhappy because there's water in their swales or in their culverts or whatnot. And I want to explain to you, these swales are designed to hold water, not move water. In other words, theoretically, the water that comes off of your property should be going into your swale. When the swales fill up all the way to the very end, where there's an emergency drainage on the west end there, once the water is so high, there's about 2 inches before it would go over the top of the riprap that it's going to start going through that emergency overflow. But previous to that, it's not meant to be a ditch. In other words, the water's supposed to go back into those swales, and then over time, it's supposed to percolate down through. And the purpose for that is so that all the sediments and the impurities go down into our lawns rather than going out directly into the canal. So when you're driving down the street after a rain event, don't be surprised when you're seeing water standing in all these swales and whatnot. That's how they're designed. And we as a board have looked into who's responsible for maintaining these swales. And everything that we've come up with so far is the homeowner. Once the swale is established, either the ones that are in sanctuary, which are in the back of the house, or the ones that are on the Newport side that are in front of the house, once those have been established, it's up to the homeowner to maintain those. And unfortunately, over the years, we've had a lot of people who are filling those in. In fact, this last year, down on Newport Drive, one of the residents hired Soto to haul dirt into the swale. So now it's going to be, we're going to have to figure out who's going to take that dirt back out, but it's not going to be the CID's responsibility to take that stuff out. It's going to be the homeowners. Once you've established it, it's going to be up to you to maintain it.
Yeah, we did get, in furtherance of that, we did get an issue, I believe it was on Newport. We got an email, Tony, from the county engineer, who has sort of pre-authorized what they call an insubstantial change to the site improvement plan. There was, several months ago, there was a resident here. Apparently they have a member of their family that is handicapped, and they've constructed a little improved pathway to get from the home out to the edge of the seawall. And that's by way of example of one of those little housekeeping things that we're going to need to process. So
now that you bring that up, they want that off their table. We've talked about this in the past. What do we need to do to get the county to say this is fine?
Mr. McKenna has indicated that
Tony's working on it.
Yeah,
Tony's working on it.
An easement use agreement.
Yeah.
It's just,
when can we get that done?
Yeah.
well, between now and the next board meeting, it's been a lot that's been going on, but I can take care of that relatively quickly.
Okay. Okay.
So by way of example, I just thought I'd create that. And Ms. Hanson, if your suggestion is to put in next year's budget $100,000 or $150,000 as a placeholder, then my suggestion would be under the capital outlay cost center on page 3. The first item that is there, we will retitle that capital outlay drainage improvements. And then if $100,000 is a good start or $150,000, I'm going to defer to you on that.
Well, I think we should start at least with 100,000.
I don't disagree. And then there will be an offsetting under the bottom there, under other financing sources and uses. The first cost center is use of fund balance. That is that cash capital reserve that I alluded to a little earlier. So there will be an offsetting $100,000 added to that other financing item in order for us to have a balanced budget.
Okay, good.
Any other suggestions, Mr. Chairman?
Landscaping,
I'm sorry?
landscaping, taking care of the walls and pressure washing sidewalks, beautification.
We have a budget for that line item,
I
right?
don't know, I can't find it.
I'm sorry, what's the project?
Landscaping. Cleaning sidewalks, painting signs, and whatnot.
There was nothing in the current or recent budgets for pressure washing or sidewalk cleaning. If you want
Yet
to,
there wasn't, but we need to get going on doing some of that stuff.
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to coach you through here.
I got you.
My suggestion, because at the end of the day, I've got to code invoices, would be to go back up under operations and maintenance, under R&M grounds, and if you want to increase that amount.
Oh, we have roads and sidewalks under there.
Yeah.
Under lakes and ponds. But we don't have much in there. Well, we got $9,000 for roads and alleyways. I guess that would include your sidewalks and...
based off of your experience, you don't think that's enough, then we can increase that.
Kevin's in charge of that, and I'd like him to.
I think that used to be under field maintenance charges, wasn't it?
Now, the field maintenance was the inspection and monthly report that was received. It was primarily just a report. You're paying $2,000 a month for that. Projects are going to be in these other areas.
I'd say probably double that as well, 20,000.
Okay? So that road and sidewalks to 20, it's currently 9,300. And again, the difference there will be the delta's 15.7.
So we have 9 now.
Yeah, 93 total, 9,000 for,
So you want to go to
and 300 for signage, community signage.
I think it's.
Now I'm down to page 5, under water and sewer. Printing and binding and then legal advertising. We got $1,000 in there for legal advertising. That isn't anywhere close to right, is it, Tony? Legal advertising? I thought it was like $1,600 just to put one thing in the paper.
The larger ads cost quite a bit, but from the when we amended the rules, it was different. We had a different ad, but if you're going to change rates, fees, and charges, it's relatively small notice.
Yeah.
That's going in the paper, which is usually under $300. For a public hearing, if you're going to change rates, fees, and charges for utilities.
So do you feel the legal advertisement of $1,000 is close enough?
As to utilities?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good enough.
Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Do you think anything else? Anybody else? I think we're good.
Well, and you reserve the right at any monthly meeting to process a budget amendment if we have unforeseen issues or we get to mid-year and you want to true up certain budget things there, but
Then we just go into the contingency fund?
yeah.
Okay.
And so that does not have any effect on revenues. If there are no other board comments or questions, then we can entertain the public comments.
We had some questions this year about mosquito spraying. You want to look at that?
Yeah, those are back under general.
What page is that?
The top, yeah, bottom of 2, and it spills over to the top of 3.
Sure. So we've got, for the treatments, 11,000 and the spray, 20,000.
Those are the product costs.
Correct.
We purchase the products, the chemicals, in order to get a better price and also to avoid sales tax, and then we make those available to the vendor.
Right.
Russ, can you tell us a little bit about, are we spraying 2-3 times a week?
3 times a week at dusk.
3 at dusk?
Yeah, usually now I'm starting to go out at 8:30. But I think the chemicals was breaking down in that container. When we store it back in the container, when I open that container up, it's 140 degrees, and it's right on the can it says store at room temperature. So that's why we're going to move it back in. But this year's been a little different because we haven't had any rain, so we haven't had any sheet flow. And the sheet flow is what gets rid of the swamp mosquitoes, okay? But those little tiny bastards.
Should we just...
They're swamp mosquitoes, and they're not going to go away without the sheet flow, and I don't think we're going to have any sheet flow this year.
Should we circle back to this and talk about mosquitoes spraying later?
Well, I don't think the dollar amount, you increased the dollar amount, right? A little bit? For the chemicals, that's the only thing that's going to go up, I think, is the chemicals.
20,000 you got.
Yeah, and we're at,
Mid-year, we were 7,500.
yeah, it should be all right.
I think that one will probably be okay, but again, if we get some big increases, we'll just have to come back to you and have a budget amendment to recognize.
I mean, I think we started in March with like suppressive spraying, but basically that's all this is now. I mean, I've sprayed at night now, and I go out the next day or the next morning, and I just don't think the stuff's working right.
I know where this is going to come up. You sprayed the other night, 20, 30 mile an hour wind.
Well, sometimes I figure, well, let's see what happens. To me, it's unknown. I don't think it was blowing 30, but it was blowing it. But when I do the spraying, that thing, like when I do K's Drive, it never goes to the right. All the guys that are butting up there against the Everglades, it never goes that way. Once in a while, I'll get a night where there's a breeze going that way. No matter how slow I go, it goes back. Same thing on the other side. So it's a one-way deal right now, unfortunately, because those are the people that probably need it the most.
I think Deb will bring this up later.
But if it's not working, it's not working.
You want to open the floor for Sue or no?
Well, are there other ways to spray?
No, let's get these guys taken care
Yeah,
of.
all right.
At the end.
We'll talk about it later.
And suggestion would be then to leave it at 31,500
Sure.
for the time being. Any final board comments? With that, then we will entertain public comments as part of the public hearing. Because our minutes are transcribed and because we also have a court reporter here today, he's taking a verbatim transcript. I would ask for you to identify yourself in advance, be recognized by the chair. If you would, give us your name, and if it's applicable, your residence here in the community, and we'll proceed then with that portion. The other thing that is difficult for the court reporter is overspeak. So if someone's talking and someone's chiming in from the side, it makes her job almost impossible. So if we could just be patient and eliminate any overspeak or two people talking at the same time, the chairman will try to referee us. Otherwise, she's going to interrupt us and indicate that she cannot transcribe the meeting or record the meeting appropriately. So, Mr. Chairman,
This time we'll open up for public comments. Raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Jim. Doc?
Doc's they're leaving, actually. These are our new neighbors here, Doc and Susie Hemberger on Wilderness Tag. So now that I've announced you at the church meeting, I do have a question, if I could.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that anyone who wants to speak come forward so the court reporter and anybody online can hear the speaker.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Do you want me to come forward?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you guys out of here?
Only because the microphone is up here. And
Yes,
so
where would you like me to stand? Because I'll be glad to give you my name.
Right in
Carol
front of the
Williams, 141 Wilderness K.
If you can come closer.
You
Only
know
because
what?
the microphone is right
I
here.
have to tell you, we cannot hear you guys at all in the back. Is that correct? Can you guys hear? So we're all sitting back there and we're like, we're not really hearing anything. Kevin, how much money did you set aside for power washing, the street lights and the cement and so forth? I could not hear how
We
much.
increased it from 9,000 to 20,000.
Okay, so 20,000. And what did we leave in there for shrubs and plants? Because the beautification is what we're interested in, trying to fix up Port of the Island, clean it up, power spray the lights, any of the cement, where our mailboxes are, all the cement over on Newport K, the cement that's in the center, all of that, and the sidewalks are so soiled. So we want that cleaned up. I just want to make sure we have enough money.
$20,000.
For which part?
Operation and maintenance for grounds.
And if we go over that, we have additional funds available.
Right.
Okay, so we're not going to go over the intended budget. I guess when a budget is set, I was under the impression that we would stay within the budget, but it sounds like there's a lot of, if more legal fees come in or if more of this comes in, we just go over it. So I was trying to actually put a reasonable amount of money in there and not exceed our budget. So we're talking 20,000 for power washing.
No, that was separate. That was,
Sidewalks.
$20,000 for repair and maintenance of roads and sidewalks. There's a separate $20,000 for repair and maintenance grounds that would include plant replacement.
Okay, but then for power washing of the cement pads?
20,000.
Okay.
Frank?
Is your microphone?
My name is Frank Lee. I'm the president of the Villages in Stella Maris, and I live at 275 Cage Drive, number 2206. 2 points. I think this board has done an amazing job in the financial area. You've saved us a bunch of money. You continue to save us money. And I personally commend you for that. The negative comment. Nothing is more important, in my opinion, than for everyone that's a unit owner to understand and know what's going on. If you had difficulty hearing in this meeting, would you raise your hand? There are people on the webcast, and I know that in your policy of being frugal, which is correct, you've tried every thing we can do. It's not being addressed. So I would like to say that nothing is more important. It's just as important whether you're discussing a $100,000 line item or a $10,000 or a $2 line item. Everyone here needs to know and understand. So I'm requesting or suggesting that you take $20,000 and put it into a line item to get a professional audio video system in here. I personally think you can do it for $6,000, and that you, if need be, you hire for one meeting a month for 3 hours, whatever. You hire an individual to sit in here and run that system, both video and audio. We're unit owners. We want to know and understand. Again, I commend you for what you've done. I'm very impressed with the hard work you've done in the budget area. I'm asking you to take that much money and commit it. If you don't spend it, put it back in the budget. But I suggest $20,000, and that we solve this problem by the next meeting. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Just quickly, we got all kinds of seats up here. If there's people who can't hear, I invite you to move up.
It's not really that, Steve, to be honest with you, because even when Mitch was speaking to you at the board, and I know this is important for you to hear, their backs are to us, and we can't hear. And even with the microphone, they either don't hold it correctly or it's not loud enough. And so if you want everybody to know what's going on, and it's not third person talking, I think this is what I heard. It really needs to be more audible. It
Today.
really does.
Today.
And we can hear your voice. You've got a great, robust voice. But the people, it's just hard. Neil, and it's hard to hear you sometimes too. And I know you're addressing the board, but we come here because we also want to be good community members and understand.
We have no trouble hearing Mr. McNamee. We cannot hear our good manager unless he addresses us and the command voice as he did giving the instructions. I just think, why not get a professional system in here? I still think you can do it for $6,000. And let's just solve this. Thank you.
My name is Scott Preppan. I'm with the Port of the Islands Marina. I'm one of the existing board members for Port of the Islands Marina.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Kevin says this mic is working.
It is, you just gotta hold it close.
Can you hear me with the mic?
I don't think so.
I can't hear
Can
anything.
you, it's not,
When Mitch had it, I couldn't hear anything either.
hello?
Can I see the minute?
Sure. Is it battery or something?
Yeah, they're just switching now.
What kind of battery is that?
It's a 90.
How many?
Take the battery out. Just switch it.
You lick it and tell if it's good. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
You're sort of soft spoken. I want to make sure the board never, after hearing the other comments, so. Hope you don't mind me interjecting.
That was scientific.
Pardon?
Test one,
This
two.
is done.
Test
I
one,
got
two.
It was working really well.
That's the
Test one, two.
lady by the door.
Test.
Not working.
Joyce.
Oh, Joyce is checking. Oh, there you go. Joyce.
You have to turn it up.
The battery's good.
How is it?
Yeah. Thank you, though.
We have to turn it up.
Now I'm getting sound.
Yeah, she turned it up.
Everybody hear me now?
Yeah.
Louder yet?
That's good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
They're sitting by the air conditioner back there too.
Yeah.
That hurts.
That's what Kevin and I used to say.
Yeah.
As I mentioned before, my name is Scott Preppan. I'm one of the owners of various marina slips over at Port of the Islands. I'm also an acting board member and have been for a number of years. The primary reason we're here today is we understand that there is a budget line item that's being proposed today, which is going to have a negative impact on owners of any slips within Port of the Islands Marina. And as I understand it, the proposal is to quadruple one of the components that makes up our CID tax bill. We've been digging into this issue for quite some time, and our primary spokesman will be Jim Sullivan, who will speak after myself. I just want to give a little bit of context and a little bit of history for some of the newer board members and some of the newer members to Port of the Islands Marina. We were here 2-3 years ago relative to a similar issue where our taxes, certain components of the taxes, were being proposed and were ultimately raised from 76% to 176%. We objected to this, of course, and it ultimately ended up with us having to file a lawsuit, which is outstanding right now, relative to the lack of methodology and or logic, in our opinion, precipitated that particular decision. Here we are 2-3 years later, almost like deja vu. There's a proposal to quadruple another component of our taxes without any substantial or any change relative to the services being received relative to that line item. Just for a show of hands, if you just put your hand in the air, who's here from Port of the Islands as a show of reference? The majority of the room. So.
We're also here, not in person, but representing Port of the Islands Marina.
There are people on the computer that's...
Additional people. Okay, I appreciate that. So I want to give just a little bit of that history. I've personally been here 9 years, and a lot of people have been here for even longer than that. So we have our attorney here today, just in case there's anybody that wants any perspective on historical data, where we're at with that existing lawsuit. We don't want to go there by any means at all. We just want there to be a fair proposal and have some level of dialogue that we could have with the members, relative to why this is being, proposed, where it came from, what's the methodology of it. If you have any professional reports, which I understand you do, that agree with us or what our position is, we'd love to have some dialogue with that. So again, I'm just making an introduction primarily for myself, but Jim Sullivan is going to get into more detail, and we have another board member who's present here as well. As we get into this, but it's very important for us. It affects us in a very negative way, and it seems to be, here's this pattern continuing of raising our fees exponentially with, in our opinion, a lack of methodology that goes along with it. So I don't have too much more to say, but I'd like to, invite Jim up here to get into the details of his research relative to this issue.
Thanks, Scott. Okay. Hi, everybody. It's not too hot a topic.
Mike, Jim.
Yeah.
You have to speak.
You have,
Where's Mr. Sullivan? You have to speak close into it. I think we want to push the
Hold the mic like this.
Hold it like this?
Yeah, just like that direction. Former karaoke host here, hold it like this.
Thank you. That's good input. Please let me know if I'm not able to be here. I'm Jim Sullivan.
And I suggest you address the board directly.
Yes.
It's easier for them to hear.
Thank you. I'm Jim Sullivan. My wife and I own Slip Bay 16 in the Port of the Islands Marina. We've owned here since November. We bought. First, I want to say that we love being part of this community, and as part of this process in the interim since the 31st meeting, I've gotten a chance to spend several hours with Steve McNamee, more hours with Dan Truckee, to really understand their point of view and then to share mine and I think really propose what I believe is a fair outcome that sort of achieves what the board and the rest of the community wants to see, which is that the boat owners are contributing to the cost of running this CID. Thanks. But the idea that we want to contribute, but it needs to be a portion proportional to the benefits we receive from these expenditures. And one of the things that we're already seeing is that just today we have an additional 100,000, maybe even 150,000 come out of what was going to be a contingent reserve on this budget to go into essentially, a specific stormwater management allocation. There's other things like the 20,000 that might go into sidewalk pressure washing. All of those are valid community expenses, except they really are benefiting the neighborhoods whose sidewalks they're pressure washing. And in the case of culvert or other stormwater management, it's addressing and benefiting those communities who are protected and, on the other side, who create stormwater runoff. One of the misconceptions about boats and marinas is that the boats are actually part of the parcel. They're not. A marina slip is literally the submerged land next to a dock and nothing else. We don't own the dock. That's a community area. We don't own a parking lot. We have no allocated parking. All we have is varying sizes of submerged dirt, which, as you can therefore imagine, we are not creating any stormwater runoff to be spending to try to either manage, nor do we need the protection of having stormwater management done for us, right? Homes and condos are the things that are damaged when stormwater runoff is not managed. So just in that category alone, you see that there's an apportionment issue if you're going to say that homes, condos, boat slips are all 1.0 ERU, because any amounts that are being allocated towards stormwater management are not being reflected in terms of boat slips creating it or being protected and benefiting from it. So right there you see that there's an issue with having 1.0 ERU for all of those categories. Now I would argue, and I've told Dan and Steve this, that probably some of the condominiums, especially the smaller ones, should also be given a relief from a 1.0 on that basis because they don't create as much stormwater runoff. That's a decision that the board can make. But underlying all of this is the fact that you had an expert who, I don't think Russ Wire is here, but Russ is one of the most respected experts in terms of apportionment and benefit analysis in the state. He prepared a report, he's done it for several years, but he prepared a revised report back in June, and that recommended, as you may know, a 0.25 allocation for ERU for the boat slips. Now, that was actually almost about to be adopted at the 21st of July meeting. Dan took issue with it, and understandably, because he felt that there was a need to, quote, increase the boats, have them pay more, and essentially Dan took over the process, which is fine, to say he wanted to have the boat slips increased, and that in fact he had told Russ that he wanted that, and that he hadn't done what he asked, and therefore there was going to be a need to go back and work with Russ to get something into the report that would advocate essentially an increase for the boats. Well, at the 31st meeting, if you watched it, you would have assumed that Russ had come around and sort of changed his view. I was surprised that when I talked to Russ after that meeting, Russ said, no, I'm still believing that it's 0.25 ERU. It's Dan Truckee that believes that it should be 1, and it's up to him to prove it and support it with evidence. So I expect that we would see evidence being presented here today, although typically that's presented by an expert. But that's what you've got to see, is that there's evidence that this apportionment is fair, and that we're going to somehow be creating and benefiting from the protection of stormwater runoff. And then secondarily, that the kind of allocations that we're getting, which for administration I have no issue. We all benefit equally for administration. But for sidewalk cleaning, for the road projects that are in remote neighborhoods, we don't have a special benefit, and it sort of fails that first prong of the test that was always talked about. And I know there's a lot of deference given to the board, so I'm going to give you that the board typically is given tremendous deference in the court action after the fact to say the board made a decision, but they always are evaluating it for, is it arbitrary, and is it supported by competent, substantial evidence presented here today? Not that not that everyone underlyingly believes, but that you actually have here today. And Russ Wire's not here today for obvious reasons. He would be saying 0.25. But I don't see another expert that's going to get up here and tell you that they have a methodology that supports a 1.0 ERU for these boats. And for me, that's a real problem. And I think that in court, that would result in something being treated to say that's an arbitrary decision, and there wasn't enough substantial and competent evidence. Lay opinions are great, but that doesn't get to competent evidence. So what I recommend, and then I've certainly talked to Dan and Steve about this, is that we have the boats increased. They increased to 0.5. I think that the boat slips that don't have the ability to have a full hookup should be less. I would say 0.25 remains good for those, but I think that's a fair allocation. And I would also say that maybe the condos, especially some of the smaller ones, might be due to have some adjustment for their stormwater management allocation. Really, it comes down to the fact that we're one community and we have an opportunity to be together supporting this CID. I like the guys, Steve and Dan, that I've talked to. I think that they're good guys. They're trying to do the right thing. Russ and I exchanged emails, Russ Kish, and I think he's a good guy. I think he's trying to do the right thing. It's all about the fact that we have to come up with something that's fair, that doesn't wind up spending this community's money on legal fights. And let's get it right for next year. I also offered both Steve and Dan that I would work with them to help be not just someone complaining and throwing up a bunch of objections, but to be part of this solution. So I want to say that this is something I know is not an easy problem, that you inherited a difficult kettle of fish from the past boards, but there's a way to be able to do this fairly that may even address some of these vacant land parcel issues of those guys feeling like they're unduly burdened with these areas. So I leave it to you to say that there's, I think, an outcome we can do today that will be fair, that will satisfy the homeowners and condo owners to see that the boat slips are contributing more, but doesn't put us in a position where, like I said, we're going to get into an unnecessary fight that really just addresses this 1 year. Again, the contingent reserve question was part of what I was going to talk about. The idea is that a benefit for an assessment is supposed to be directly tied to the property that's being assessed. Contingent reserve essentially sits as a slush fund, right? It sits where you say, oh, we need to get some money for sidewalk washing. You tap that. That's what just happened today. That could happen at any point during the year. So even if there is going to be some approach that tries to say it should be 1.0, I think you should assess for what you're actually going to spend and not be trying to over-assess and then figure out what you're going to do with it later. I think you can adjust for special assessments later if you don't get the grants that are, I think, at issue with trying to over-collect here. So that's my points. I've submitted all of this as I think, a more detailed record. That's, I guess, part of the record, and I appreciate Neil doing that. And, Tony, I've not gotten to talk to you before, but I respect the fact that you're trying to help them solve a difficult problem, and I hope that there will be an opportunity to work together as a team going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We spent a lot of time together. He's got legitimate reasons for his methodology. Dan has spent a ton of time on it too. Tony, I'd like you to give us I don't know what to do.
Let me start out, please.
Yeah, I want to hear from Dan.
All right. Currently, you sit at a 0.25, right? That pays about $100 into the fund for the community. Do you park your cars on 141 and walk in? Anybody do that here? No, you don't. You drive in. All right, you drive down the roads that we have to pay for, that we have to provide stormwater management, or those roads aren't there. All right, you're part of the community. Can you walk down the sidewalk? I don't walk down the sidewalk, but it's there in the community that if you want to use it, you can use it. Do I use the landscaping any more than you do? Not really. All right, you want to measure, I live at Stella Maris North. We can measure, we can get tape measure out and we can measure from 141 to my condo, and it's not any more than you drive in off 141 to the parking lot where you park. And by the way, you park on a parking lot. You have 6 spots in the gravel at the end of the marina, and the rest of it is an agreement with the hotel. But you park on a blacktop parking lot at the hotel. It takes stormwater management, or you can't have a blacktop parking lot. All right, so I want you to take a look at what you pay. You pay $100 a year towards this. The condos pay $403 a year towards this. You can use the argument that you don't have stormwater. Either do we. Our actually, you're in a better spot than we are because we pay for our stormwater. Check the chart out. It'll tell you what the CID pays for and who pays for their own stormwater. The condos pay for their own stormwater management. We pay for the basins, the swales, all of it, ourselves. It's an addition. All right, so if you really look at, if you take a look at and say, okay, we pay $100, we live in a boat, but we enjoy everything that these other people are paying $403 for, you can see why there's a problem. You can see why before I ever came to the board 3 years ago, somebody said, hey, this isn't quite right. So think about it. That's where you're at. Go ahead.
At this point, could you please turn the nameplates to the camera so that the people on Zoom can see? This is Bonnie Reed, slip holder of C30. Thank you.
What name?
We primarily turn them in order to help facilitate our court reporter who's here at her request. So I would ask you to be patient with that because, as I said, she's taking a verbatim transcript.
Hey, my name's John Owens. I'm the dock master at the Port of the Isles Marina. I'm a slip owner there, and I'm on the board of our association. I just want the members of the board, and I appreciate what you guys do because I'm on the board too. I hear it, we're doing one direction, and then you get fired on by people that you think, you're there to help the community, and then you get attacked. So I get that. I understand that. But at the same time, you got to remember, I think people forget that they built a marina down here at the Port of the Isles. That's what drew houses down here. We were technically here first. We live, there's a lot of boat owners that don't live on their boats. So that's why I'm thinking you're a little unfair on some of this stuff. There's a lot of people that have condos in this place, right here in Orchard Cove. They're paying those assessments. Then they got a boat slip over there because they're not on the water. It's not fair for them, for the people that are on the water. They got boat slips. They're not paying double. You have a guy down there, multiple, I think there's 10 of them, that have double lots, pretty much mansions. Now think about it. I'm just saying, paying, you want us to pay the same price they're paying for double lots mansion than a 30-foot boat or a 20-foot fishing boat. That's what I'm saying. It's over. You're not looking at the bigger picture there. We're not saying we don't want to pay. We're not saying we don't use the facility. We're just saying you guys jump from one extreme to the other, And I'm sitting here watching this budget meeting, and I'm a little concerned because it seems like we're over budget. It's like taking my wife down to the Mercedes place saying, look, honey, we got a budget of $70,000. And we go there, and the first car we look at is $75,000. We're already over budget. And then the guy says, hey, watching you guys and listening, you go, hey, let's put another $100,000 in the budget. If we got plenty of money, I don't have a problem with that. But we're over budget. I think we should shrink the things and be very conservative of what we're spending our money on. That's my opinion, and that's my say. Thanks.
Okay, may I address some of that first? All right, you compared the houses. You say, let's take the house versus the boat, right? If you look at O&Ms, what do O&Ms cover? You cannot look at the size of the building. I have a neighbor in a condo building that comes down for a couple vacations a year for 9 days because they both work. They don't utilize their place. So let's not look at, we can't look at use. And your attorney, Mr. Sullivan here, knows that. You can't look at that. So let's strip it down to what an O&M is. An O&M covers the administration, the landscaping, the roads, the stormwater management. That's pretty much what we cover. If you take your boat slip is a wet slip, right? You don't own the docks. It's a master association owns the docks. You have a piece of water, all right, that you're allowed to put a boat on. When we look at O&Ms, we can't take the size of the house, all right? The O&Ms is looked at as utilization, one family or whatever utilization of the O&Ms, okay? And it can be broke down several ways. If you talk to Russ that you've referenced several times, there's different ways to do it, right? You can take a trip count.
But look at you guys. Look at this. Okay, look at it another way. I'm trying to get you to see our side of it. Okay, you guys assess his property and other properties by acreage. There ain't 5 acres. So if you went by acreage, there's 5 acres in the marina. So that would only mean there's 20. Divide that between 175. I think you're focused on the wrong thing.
Actually not. The acreage, if you look at the acreage, if you use for vacant commercial here, we use an acreage, right? So many per acre, that's how we assess all the different charges for that, okay? We do that. In houses, we do it different in residential units. In the boat slips, you're getting a 0.25 because it's done by acreage. You guys aren't vacant commercial property. You are not. all right? Your
I
boat
think you
slips,
personally have something against the marina,
I
and
don't.
I can't get you to even change your thinking to even understand what I'm talking about with people here and over there. That's the problem I have with it. You called the county on us for our water management and our sewage. We pump out every boat there in that marina. We take care of everything. That marina, I've been working on that marina for 7 years. I wish you were back there when we had the derelicts and people, throwing stuff in the water and all kinds of stuff. We're trying to clean that place up and make it a survive. If that marina goes under, you might as well forget the CID board. Who's going to come down to a place that has no marina? There's 175 of us, okay? Dan, there's 170. We're the largest association in this area. So when you're talking, you don't even come to me. You didn't even come to my office and say, John, hey, we're thinking about raising this. What's your people? What do you think? You don't do that. You just sit there and say, hey, I'm going to change this. You even said in the meeting, I'm not going to approve the budget unless that we get the same as everybody else. And that's just not right. That's a personal problem, especially when you call the county to have them come out. And then you're trying to attack us on the gray water. 99% of the marinas in the state of Florida have gray water discharge. You all of a sudden, out of the blue,
We're
you
going
want
into something that is unrelated.
All right, so I'm just trying to show that he's not just stopping at this. He continues.
This is not about Dan and the marina.
Just a second.
It is about Dan. He's the only board member up here.
No, it's about
issue.
fairness of everyone.
You want to make it a personal vendetta.
And it's unfair towards the marina.
It's not personal.
Well, let me
No,
explain
it's not
these charges.
unfair.
You know that, you're a board man.
Chairman?
There should be some increase. I don't know what that increase should be,
Sorry.
but
What I
everybody
was
uses the facilities.
We have a number of residents who are trying to debate board members. I suggest that anybody who's online that wants to make a comment, wait their turn until they're called upon and not debate. Because I know I heard someone respond to one of the comments.
Okay.
So I think the
May
orderly
I
fashion will
address-
help
may I
break the
address-
record and allow people to hear. Yes, sir.
All right. I would like to address a couple of those things. One, I did not call the county and report you people or anything like that. All right, it didn't happen that way. I called and talked to the assessors numerous times about how it's done. All right, on your tax pages, you have a boat rack use code. We talked about the different codes. We talked about the way it's done. Those were my questions that went to the county. It's the way it was. I do think you actually are not paying enough. There's no doubt about
You
it.
didn't call the clean water?
Let Mr. Truckee talk, please.
All right, I don't feel you're paying enough for what you get. And that was the opinion before we ever came to the board. That's what spurred the lawsuit in the first place, is that the last board didn't feel that you were paying enough for what you get. All right, so that's where we're at with that. Did I call clean water? I talked to all kinds of clean water people because I would like to see that we do a clean harbor, all right, where we don't put gray water in. When we had a handful prior to expanding the marina, when we had a handful of boats, did it matter if the gray water went in there? No, but there's two things that are happening right now. One, you have a lot more boats. There's 80-something liveaboard boats right now. You can go to 118, all right? We used to flush this marina every day with the fresh water coming through. The Everglades Restoration Project now, by next year, likely next year, we'll close off the rest of these canals. There is very little fresh water that's going to come through. We've been going round and round with the Corps engineer on that issue for some time. All right, so the flush that this harbor gets isn't going to happen anymore. Putting that many liveaboard boats with gray water in a small area, I went and researched other harbors that have a lot of boats. There are places where they have clean harbor and no dumping, no dump zones for the marinas, where while you're in the marina, you would have to pump all of it. And when you get out to sea, you fall under when you go out, you fall under the regular state and the regulations. So yes, I am looking into a clean harbor because I'd like to see it stay that way. I don't want to see algae and the water lose its clarity, and we have the problems that we could have with the congestion that we have in our marinas. There's very few marinas here in this area that promote that many liveaboard boats. So it's something we should be looking at as a board. There's no doubt about it.
you're wrong on a couple things there. You're wrong on the numbers. I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, liverboards, first of all. The flushing that you're talking about, their whole purpose of this whole restoration project is to flush it naturally. It's going to still come around. There's still going to be, the water's still going to seep around, and the channel's not going to stop flowing. The water's going to flow naturally, not man-made. That's a whole different thing. So that's not accurate.
Actually, what you just said is not true. Now, I prepared books and projects and sat
So you're saying they're not going to block this
Corps
off?
engineers meetings and a lot of different things. And if you want to get into the Corps engineers project and what's going on here, I'd be more than happy to sit down and get some of that material out for you.
I just want to state for the record today that we are in full compliance with the Clean Water
You
Act.
are.
We are, okay, and you acted almost insinuating that we weren't. We are with the state of Florida. So there's nothing in the marina, and they came through and they tested everything that we do and I do and our people. And I want everybody in the community to know that this marina is a clean water marina. We are not dumping sewage or anything like that, and we are in compliance with the state of Florida. Correct?
Right. Could you have a no dump zone here?
We have, absolutely. It is a no dump. All marinas.
No. Gray water doesn't go in either of the no dump area. It's no gray.
There hasn't been a boat designed in the last 80 years that has gray water holding tanks. So if you would understand and get into it and talk to somebody that immediately knowledgeable that knows the marinas, you would have a better answer. But you're sitting back attacking. That's why I'm saying you're
That's
attacking.
not true. That is not true. I did look into it. All right, so I don't feel that I have to sit here and get attacked because as a board member looking out for the community, that I have some interests that concern me. Now, I like voting. I've always loved voting. All right? Do I think that we're doing everything the way we should be here? No, I don't. It's obvious I don't. All right? So we have some different issues here. We have questions about whether or not we have too much gray water going into the small harbor we have here. That's something that we should look into, and you should respect that. All right? Are you paying enough? Are you paying your share of the community? I personally don't think so. You do. All right? That's my opinion. And as a board member, I can bring that opinion here. All right?
And as a
That's
homeowner,
why-
I just brought you my opinion.
You can, and I respect that.
Curtis Mullen. Does this work?
This should be on.
Hold it like this.
Curtis Mullen, our multiple slips in the marina, and I'm also part of the Rules Committee, and we've gone back and looked at everything on there. To understand how much gray water is coming out of these vessels, you also have to understand that there's probably less than 5 boats that could actually do laundry in the marina. So 95% of the gray water that you're talking about, other than some water coming out of your sink.
Excuse me. Why are we fixated
I'm just
on gray
bringing up-
water?
well,
We're talking
you brought
about
up the
assessments.
fact.
They're
I understand that, but I just want to give this short information so he knows. Whenever you look at it, all the laundry and everything is going through the aqua lodge. That gray water is pumped back out into the septic system. So the amount of gray water and the concerns of that is very minimalistic. The other thing I'd like to bring up is the ERU. So whenever we get a professional report saying 0.25 is normal, we're over here saying maybe we could go with a 0.5 for the liveaboards, and it's fair for a 0.25 for the non-liveaboards. And I feel like sitting here, hey, we're trying to give up a little bit, and we understand we want to be part of the community. And you're still like, no, we need $1 or a 0.1.
We just haven't got to that yet.
Okay.
We just haven't gotten to it.
But whenever we look at that, that still leaves it open to what did the professional say? He said 0.25.
He said that to him. To me, he didn't say 0.25. So, you know what I'm saying?
But
He tells one guy one thing and somebody the other thing.
Whenever we're looking at, we're talking about.
It's in the report.
No, he talked to me in person after that report was out. And he said, I have gotten more information that I wasn't aware of before, and I would be in favor of a 0.5.
Okay.
And I asked him then, I said, okay, if you're saying that your information has changed and you would be comfortable with a 0.5, would you be comfortable with a 0.1 or a 1? And he said, no, I wouldn't, but I would be with the 0.5.
Okay.
That's what the man told me, so that's what I'm going on.
And I don't have a problem with that, but I think that before we make a jump of that being fair and equitable to everybody, and I have no problem with helping out with this community and doing what I can, especially when you're talking about a relatively small amount. Well, we're only talking about $70,000. But if you go ahead with the 1 point, I can already say that it's probably going to be a lawsuit. And 3/4 of that, whenever you look at it, it's going to be a loss for here. It's going to be a loss for all of us. And it's going to, I mean, we're going to blow all of that money completely in legal fees, and then we're going to be getting paid back, which I'm still going to lose because I'm going to lose, that money back into attorney's fees. I just don't want to see us go down that path. And if there's any questions that you have about whether it's clean water marina or how much is going overboard, please come talk to us. Let us know what your concerns are. We're there to help. We're trying to keep that marina as clean as we want. And as far as boater goes and clean water, I live on the water. Of course I want it to be clean.
Exactly.
And the number of people that are actually living there is actually very small. Very, very small.
49 according to Mr. Prepper.
Yeah, that's about it. And a lot of us that like that, and I'm probably considered one of those. I'm an airline pilot, and I'm there less than half the time, and the other half the time I'm living in other places.
That's the thing, though. When we get into O&Ms, we can't look at whether my neighbor is at his condo 1 week a year or whether you're there as a pilot. It doesn't go there. So O&Ms are a special thing. All right, it really, you have to strip off all the extra stuff and get down to what is an O&M. What are you paying for? You're paying for administration, which you utilize. You're paying for roads and landscaping, stormwater management, that kind of thing. So
and I agree with
then
that.
you get into if it's proportioned correctly, right? Which is what Mr. Sullivan was talking about. Is it proportioned correctly with your use? All right, so when you look at a condo, that's what I was trying to say before. You look at, and I take my condo because I know about my condo. I can speak for that, right? So when I look at our condos on Stella Maris North, we pay one, right? We pay for all our own stormwater management. We don't have any of that. We don't use any more road than you utilize. I'll measure it if you'd like, but it's not anymore, right? We got a half a block going in and down to whichever condo you're in. So it's very little road that we utilize. But we pay a one because it's community-based. You can break down that proportion, all right? And I asked, when we discussed this, Mr. Sullivan and I said to him several times, so you want me to get my tape measure out again and start measuring to the foot? He goes, well, not really. I said, well, that's what you're asking for. You're asking for me to get my tape measure. How much do I use this? How much do I use this? How much do I use this? We can break it down to a point, but it gets to a point where we're a community, and unless we start doing 7 budgets for 7 different communities in here, and break those budgets down and have all the money that's collected go into that community's budget, and then break it down and say what's left over at the end of the year from that budget for these 4 or 5 different items, that's you can get down, how far do you take that? All right? And a judge would have to decide how far we have to go with that breakdown.
Okay.
Okay? So when we look at it, there's a lot of people in this community that believe right now you don't pay enough. That's where this came from. I didn't step up one day and say, hey, I'm just going to bring this up because I don't think you pay enough. We had calls, we had people talk about it that said, well, as soon as you say something about budgets, they go, well, it's only 8.25. All right? And they live here, and we have liveaboard boats. Or actually, you can't even call them liveaboard boats, they should be called houseboats. Because liveaboard boats don't have motors. All right? So when you look at that, you say, how far are we going to break this down? And that's what the whole discussion comes down to right now. What would be fair for you to pay for what you receive in benefit? What's the fair number? And that's negotiable, right? The 0.25% was based on vacant commercial property. You are a condominium association of boats that has has an ad valorem assessment of a lot of money. You guys, you had your values double just like everybody in the condos, and everybody else's taxes are all going up. And you took a big hit because you can't homestead your boats. I get that. All right, but when we strip down that O&M homestead doesn't matter. All right, we're talking O&Ms here. When we talk about your ad valorem taxes and things like that I'm sure you're all upset about because they went up a lot. When you look at that, the homestead doesn't matter. We can't look at that. We have to take it down, strip off all this extra stuff, and say, what is that O&M about? All right, and that gets down to the things we talked about. And Mr. Sullivan and I sat and discussed it back and forth for hours.
I think the main thing that it should come down to is a professional opinion that he's, whenever you look at an outside individual that has looked at multiple marinas, multiple property types, and he says it should be this amount, maybe that's what we should go with, so that we have a good discussion, and we have open lines of communication. We understand, and we're very thankful that you're here doing what you're doing, but we need to go based on not what we feel over a few people, but a professional opinion.
I thought that we were going to have an updated thing from Russ today, from what he told me, which
But I find it,
obviously didn't
but
happen.
we don't
Right.
have that.
So here, let me finish quickly. Speaking with Mr. Sullivan, and I don't want this thing, I hate this. This is all going on. I hate this. I have a boat slip over there. I look at my assessments from last year. Total assessments to the CID, $213. Out of that, $100 of it roughly was for the O&Ms. And, you know, we keep talking about we're going up 100% or 400% or whatever these things are. What does that actually come down to in dollars and cents? Last year, I paid on my O&Ms 28 cents a day. 28 cents a day for on a slip that doubled in value. And I mean, are we getting down to where this is a ridiculous deal? I mean, the total amount was 58 cents for the entire thing. 58 cents, and we're talking about millions of dollars of stuff that we need done in here. Whether or not it's, you know, legally defendable in court or not, I mean, realistically, is that what we want to get down to? We want to get down to the point where we don't want to pay for assessments in here because legally we can fight them? Personally, I want to do what Jim and I discussed.
Let's have a discussion.
Yeah, and we have had that discussion. I don't know if he's got the ability to make that type of an offer, you know, for the people. I don't, you know, is he just one boat owner? You know, I don't know. But I keep looking at this and I'm just going, man, we're talking about 58 cents a day total. And people are up in arms because we want $1?
It's the increase, the total amount of increase.
You go back to the percentage.
It is. I can give a little bit of perspective. I ran the math on just going from point to 5 point. It was about $52,000 for the marina as a whole. That's about what it is. He's shaking his head, yes. Scott, correct me. So,
thank you.
You know, if you look at what happened a couple of years ago, jumping 76 to 176, this year potentially quadrupling it, it gets people concerned. You know, and what does the future hold as well? There seems a pattern almost to being established. So, you know, I'm gonna speak for myself, not for the board, because we obviously have to, you know, meet as a board to discuss what the position of everyone as a whole is. But I think that what Jim proposed is a reasonable position to take it up to 0.5. I just do. I mean, you can see the concern of all the people that showed up here today. You know, I think that that's reasonable, and I would implore the board to seriously consider that as an adjustment to the budget as you get into those discussions. I just want to add, too, that we have committees beyond our board to discuss all kinds of things, clean water, et cetera, et cetera. So I would implore you as well that we have more dialogue than we've had historically on some of these issues. So it doesn't culminate with us trying to have a meeting like this. Nobody likes this. You don't like it, we don't like it either. Nobody wants to be here. Nobody wants to see the lawyers, you know, big smiles on their faces with all the money we're going to have to pay them to litigate. We don't want that either. So whether it's Clean Water Act, whether it's gray water, Dan, I would more than happy to have our committees and even our board meet with you to come up with and share information, discuss issues. If there are issues that have potential solutions or there are real problems, absolutely. We live on the water. We want clean water too, as much as you do. Of course we do. Okay, so I'm just suggesting more levels of dialogue as opposed to at this level, where we can have more substantive and then bring back recommendations to both of our boards, so we work together on it. I think that would just lead to a lot better communication, a lot less of this.
I'd like you to realize one thing, is that when I did talk to the people about clean water and things, it was a learning thing. I talked to several different people. I was at some meetings for grants where we talked about clean water, the DEP and different things, and meetings I were at, and the people were there that do clean water. And I asked them, if you talk to those people, they'll say he asked a lot of questions. And that's what I was doing, learning more about.
If you have something to teach us or learn about, we'd be more than happy to do that. Okay. We want the same thing that you do. We're not opposed to that. So,
And if I might, before Supervisor, it's customary, as we are at the 2-hour mark, to take a brief recess to give her an opportunity just to take a break. And so if we can, let's entertain maybe one final comment. We'll take a brief recess in order to give her a professional courtesy, and then we'll reconvene.
My turn. My turn?
Yes, sir.
My turn. Okay. There's a lot of inequities everywhere in life, okay? And I'm not sticking up for this inequity, all right, because it's all up to interpretation of what's going on. I do not think a boat slip that you cannot live on should pay the same thing I pay as a house. It just doesn't, it makes absolutely no sense to me. I heard you say that you were willing to go to 0.5 on the liveaboards. I'm okay with that, just so you know where I stand. I'm okay with that. I don't think that has to go to 1 either, unless it's maybe a rental. Okay, if it's generating income, it is a commercial property. And if it's got to be listed with somebody that it's a rental, then that maybe if it's a liveaboard that is a rental, then it should be 1, just like any other condo or anything else that can be rented around here. But just to prove to you about the inequities of stuff, you say that's only a boat slip, and all you're paying for is what's underneath it. Unfortunately, you're taxed that way too. That's why I pay $2,500 a year for fire coverage. And one of your 60, 70-foot boats pays $20 for fire coverage. Now, I don't think that's right either, but I can't change it. All right? But what's fair is fair, and like I said, there's so many things, so many inequities in this world, and sometimes it just depends on how you interpret the statutes. And I understand where Dan's coming from, but I don't think it's realistic, and I don't think it's fair. So we need to get to a point where we can get what we're going to vote on here.
Can we cut to the chase on this?
Yeah.
And just say...
Well, I'm only talking as long as everybody else has.
I know.
But the point is, I'm okay with 0.5 and 0.25, and we need to take a vote instead of just rehashing the same stuff over and over again. And I'm sure they're going to keep the water clean, and we'll deal with that in the future.
I agree. Dan's put the time and effort into this, and I want to help to make sure. I want to stand behind Dan because he knows about it more than I do. But if they can make a concession with us and we can make a concession with them, I would really like to do that. If they're comfortable with the 0.25 on the regular docks and
under 40
and the 0.25 or 0.5 on the liveaboards, we can look at this again next year. But the way it is right now, we're not going to change anybody's minds. But what we are going to change is whether or not we're going to go to a court of law over this, and we're going to have a divided community over this. I don't think it's worth it.
I have one question. When I put out 1O out there, I knew it would spark discussion, all right? And it did. On a 0.5 and a 2.5, can we legally do that? I'm not sure that we can.
What I suggest, Mr. Chairman, this might be a good point to break for the court. report.
Okay.
Typically, it is a
We,
2-hour.
we have a couple more
session.
speakers too, but as a courtesy to her, if we can take a 10-minute recess, give her an opportunity to take a break, and then we'll reconvene.
And
Okay.
We haven't forgotten, I'm listening to the comments and the questions that the board has.
I know.
So we'll address it.
Well, I know.
So we'll stand recess for 10 minutes and reconvene at that time.
I'm Dr. Frank Lee, 275 Cage Drive, speaking as an individual. I'm concerned about how we do things. And I'm very disappointed. If I'm wrong, let me know, and I'll apologize. But we have public hearings. The law says you do things this way. We have public hearings. I didn't hear this discussion. I don't know of an approach. We've heard about, how the CID is trying to railroad everything. I don't know of where a board said, we have a concern and we would like to talk to the CID about it. It's sad. I just tried to say something over there. A gentleman said, you're a bad person and all this stuff. And it's getting ridiculous. So what I want to say is, how we do things is more important sometimes than what we do. I was told that some good folks had spent a lot of time working on some kind of a compromise. And some of these folks are my friends, and I know them, and I respect them. And I don't know about the numbers. And I have no idea who's right and wrong here. But what I do know is, some of you will remember, I said, I hope that these good people will come in and say, guess what? We've worked together, and we think we've got a solution. And whether the solution works or not, whether it's legal or illegal, the two groups come together and say, we're working together. Instead, we come in here and attack, and it was an attack, a board member who's just trying to do his job. We can't have government by the approach is no discussion before, no participation in the legal process, and walk in the door and say, I got deep pockets and I'm going to beat your brains out. Now, they may be right. I don't understand it. Little I've heard, I think they may be right on some points, okay? But the way we do it, so I think we need to just dispense with the personal attacks. I hope people after the meeting will be some shaking of hands and apologies. Sometimes when you get to know your critics a little better, things go well. But this board, and yes, I'm a cheerleader for the CID board, this board has done a good job, and I just don't want to see us reduced to shouting and screaming. We got people jumping up from the audience, interrupting people when they're speaking. Let's just be neighbors. Let's be neighbors, and let's just talk. And stop it right now. We can do that. We can do that. No more name calling, no more personalities. Let's address the issue. Thank you.
Thanks.
I would like to know at this point how the board feels about this compromise. Can we do this compromise?
We got two more people waiting to speak. You want to wait and see what they have to say?
Sure. Come on, guys.
Alan Zita, owner of Manatee Sightseeing and Wildlife Adventures, owner of 10 Slips over on Dock D. Just my first meeting here, so nice meeting you all. Thank you for having me. I'm just listening and trying to understand, everything that's happening right now. And Dan, I know that that's a difficult position that you're in. Proposing this when it's going to anger and upset a lot of people. And in fair disclosure, I do side with John, Scott, and everybody that's here. But I did hear you speak about how it's unfair to 1.0 for the houses and 1.0 for liveaboards and single-family homes and people who live on their boats. But what Scott is suggesting is that people who do not live on their boats, especially all of Dock D, is not liveaboard sanctioned dock. Why should we be taxed or associate the same amount of cost as somebody who do live in these double lots, who's somebody who does live on their boat? And like I said, I'm only speaking and testing on how it affects me. So excuse me if I'm only focusing on that. But that 0.25 assessment for people who do not live on their boats, who don't pay liveaboard fees, who don't use the water as much, or doesn't use the facilities or the community as much as the people who are there year-round. That might be a fair compromise that, I mean, we would be 100% on board too as well.
Let me just address part of that, and Mr. Sullivan could probably be there with me on this. We cannot take how much time you spend at your dock or at your condo. I have a neighbor, they both work in New York. They're there a couple times a year for 7 to 9 days. They do a week and maybe both weekends. All right, so they rarely use their condo. Or someone that has a sickness, they don't come to their condo for a year or two because they're too busy wherever they're at, right? We have it happen here all the time.
But that is a house.
O&Ms can't, you don't look, that's when I told you have to undress everything and look what an O&M is talking about, okay?
And I understand
and that's
that
where it comes in. So we can't look at how much time you spend there.
You're right, and you've made that point before. What I'm saying is that Dock D is not a liveaboard dock. That dock is complete. There's no gray area. There's no, oh, well, one person lives on here, one person doesn't live on here. There's 25 slips on that dock where 0 people live on their boats. The only thing that would require more water on that entire dock is the Aqua Lodge, which is a community building there where, you know, the laundry and all the showers, services that they provide for everybody that does live on their boats. But that dock in particular, nothing. So even if I'm not going to try proposing anything like my dock's excluded from anybody else's docks, but it is a different dock than all of the other dock spaces that are out there in the community.
Right. We hear you loud and clear. I understand what you're going after. And that's pretty much what Russ just got done saying. Right. He doesn't feel that it, you know,
So, I know, and I was just waiting. I just wanted to say that I agree, but I wanted to also voice my opinion too as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron, last one.
No.
It's going to go on forever. Go ahead.
Ron Westerman, Case Drive. Just want to thank the board for all the good work that they've been doing and the fact that they're trying to equalize everything for everyone here. I think we all have to recognize as we come down Route 41, when we get here, we like to see the lights on. We like to have a good road to drive down. We like to see the flooding swales and so on and so forth are being taken care of. We like to see beautiful landscaping. We all at the port are individuals, and we all utilize these things, each and every one of them. And we have to recognize, again, community. That's the major word that we all have to remember. Community. That's what we are together. And that's all I really care to say, because I think the divisiveness that I'm seeing here is really uncalled for. We all live here at the port in one capacity or another, or we visit the port in one capacity or another. We all utilize these services. We utilize the management of this port. It all comes at a cost, and we need to remember these things. Okay? Yes, you're going to have people that complain, but I have never seen everyone agree 100% with anything going on in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Excuse me for not waiting in line, but
That's
I
fine.
have my hand.
Sorry, I didn't know you were waiting.
Catherine Kellmeyer, Kehlmeier. 314 Newport Drive, along with Slip B2. I would like to say I was on the board from 16 to 20. I lost the election, which is fine. I was on the board that took the O&M from .08 up to .4, which affected me on B2. The next board where Michelle was on hired Russ to come up with a methodology. He did do that. It came down to acreage, and that took the O&M for the boat slips down to .25 where it is now. You have 2 docks, B and D, that have absolutely no liveaboards on it, which should not in any way, shape, or form have the same O&M assessment as liveaboards because of traffic count, where we've gone into that with the gun club, You also have the rules and procedures. And reading directly from the rules and procedure says the general fund benefits received by properties in the district will be determined by an assessment methodology adopted by the board. Now, when Russ came in, he had his by acreage, came out where it was. Now you are trying to take on the word of a single person what it should be. Have not heard from the rest of the board other than Steve or Russ as to what is equitable for the docks, but there's no way that any of those boat slips should even be considered remotely with a single-family home, condo, or hotel room. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Rick Malliaris, M-A-L-L-I-A-R-Y-S, slip owner, F2.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible if the gentleman uses the microphone? I can barely hear him,
Kick it up
I'm
a
sure
notch.
that people in the back cannot. And I'll talk louder, I heard that I don't talk louder. I can fix that quickly.
I don't got it.
Talk loud.
You know, there's an old saying, there's a spirit of the law in the letter of the law. And I think you need to look at that. As a slip owner, I don't have street lights. The storm drains are not part of my ownership. I don't even get sprayed for mosquitoes. So there's things that I don't get, that I don't see from this CID. I think you need to look at it, letter of the law, spirit of the law. There's boats that are in B and D that are not liverboards, or it's a guy's fishing boat. Look at it accordingly, you know, adopt it. Look at it with the spirit and say, all right, 0.25 for the non-liverboards, 0.5 for the liverboards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, going back to my question, how would the board feel about working with this compromise? Lisa, would you have a view? Annalise?
I had you on mute. I had myself on mute.
Okay.
You know, before really thinking about it and analyzing it, I was kind of under the impression that, that the non-liveaboard boats should be lower. But based on O&Ms, it's not about use. It's about what we're paying for. We're paying for drainage, we're paying for landscaping, we're paying for roads. That's what it's about, regardless of what you use. Because I have a condo in town. If it was based on use, I'd be paying like 10% of taxes that I pay. So it's not based on use. So I agree with Dan.
All right, thank you. Russ, I think we know where you stand, right?
Yep.
You leave it as is.
No, I do the compromise.
Okay, perfect. How about you?
I was just going to say an analogy, just like it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but on paying taxes. The school board charges taxes. We pay for kids in school, and I don't have any kids in school. Many of people in this retirement community don't have kids in school, so that's just an analogy that I'd like to, it does have some things to do with this. And I would be okay with the compromise as well.
Dan, how would you feel?
I want to hear from Dan.
He's
That's
next.
where I'm at. I can go with the compromise. I probably won't stay there next year. I will be looking more into it and speaking with another professional. And I think that you're still getting a lot of benefit for what you're paying. Right? I don't agree with the gentleman that came up and said because you live on a boat, you don't get street lights and you don't get stormwater management and you don't get this stuff, because from the time you pull up to the front of our community, you have street lights. And from the time you pull down that street, you're using stormwater and street lights and all these things. You don't realize it, right? It's all there. It's all there for all of us to use. If your family comes to your boat and they pull in the evening to try to find your boat, they're using the street lights. All right, it's just the thing of it, okay? It's there. Somebody's got to pay for that, and just because you're on a boat, I don't think that takes you away from paying for the infrastructure that this community has. So that's my point. We will work on it again. We were trying to close up O&Ms and at a 0.5 and a 0.25. I will vote next year that we take another look at this as we go through the ERCs, because that's something else that's going to affect you. If we look at the ERUs and Cs and things. So I'm fine. I will go with that at this point, but don't be surprised if you hear this come up again at that, okay? Because I still personally, and board members bring their personal opinions to the board, all right? I do believe that you're getting more for your dollar than a lot of other people are. And that puts you in the spotlight as to should you be paying more, all right? So I'll go with that at this point.
All right. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just think I need to get something on the record to support
Do it.
the board's position. Mr. Wire, as you all know, Mr. Wire is not here today. He's tied up in some other matters. I know you, Mr. Chairman, mentioned you had a telephone conversation with Mr. Wire stating that he stated he could support a 0.5 for the liveaboards. So I sent him a text, and I can actually print this text out, make it part of the record, because basically we'll treat this as, I'll call it a supplement to the methodology report that the board can adopt. And I apologize, I didn't call you Mr. in here, because I was typing fast. It says, this is to Russ, today 11:22 a.m. Can you support, as McNamee just stated at board meeting, a 0.5 ERU for the liveaboard slips? And Mr. Wire's response is, I can if they show the utility connections for those slips that support a potential liveaboard, electric, etc. So that's his response. Then he says, I'm still in my meeting, but I just saw your text. So in the board then, and again, one thing that's important, it's been sort of talked about a little bit, but the courts have recognized that, as I say, I like this statement, a system of reprising benefits or assessments or assessing costs has not yet been devised that is not open to some criticism. So I think that gets back to the legislative determination of thoughts of arbitrary and capricious. I think then Mr. Wire's comments, statement to you, his opinion, provides the articulatable basis for the board to make that legislative determination and not be deemed arbitrary and capricious, to differentiate between liveaboard slips and non-liveaboard slips.
Thank you.
It's a 0.25 and a 0.5.
And I believe we meet that because, as far as I know, everybody's got water, right? Mm-hmm. Have it? And when you pump out your boats, that goes into the district's thing, whether you're directly to it or you're pumping it out, sort of immaterial. I'm completely in favor of this compromise. My question is, who has the ability on your side to make that decision?
I think it's true, just a board decision, and we have input, we have dialogue, but it's not whether we agree or not.
Yeah, but I don't want to do it unless you guys are behind it.
As I said, I'm personally behind it. Show of hands, who's behind it?
Who's not behind it?
Not-
Okay.
There you go.
Well, then I make a motion that we...
Neil, we're still in the public hearing. Do we need to close it or no?
Yeah, we'll need to first have a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing on the assessment part or the whole hearing?
No, just the public hearing on the budget and assessment.
Okay, on the budget assessment, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Annalise was aye, is that correct, Annalise?
Yes, yes.
So I think the first action will be taken for the board is to adopt a resolution adopting the budget as revised earlier. Neil, do you want to go back through the line item changes that the board made and what the ultimate number would be for the budget?
Yeah, so the changes during the course of the public hearing were that we would increase both legal and engineering professional fees to $100,000. And the repair and maintenance for roads and alleys, which includes sidewalks, would be increased to $20,000. And then on the capital side of the budget, we would create a capital drainage improvement classification for $100,000. And the net change to the budget would be an increase of $113,000 on the operating side. Source of funds there would be a reduction in the operating contingency, and or the creation on the capital side for the drainage improvement. We would increase other financing from fund balance to offset that $100,000 as a use of that. So as a result of those changes, I'll need just a minute then to calculate some of the overall changes. And then I just want to get on the record. I introduced myself to Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Preppin during the recess. In the event that a motion is made to prorate the benefit with 0.25 or 0.5, that information doesn't exist in terms of the tax roll. And at the end of the day, I have to send a list of the tax ID and folio numbers and their offsetting assessment cost. And so some of this is going to require some effort today on their part in order for me to comply with the statute.
And Neil, along those lines, based upon the sense of the board as to the ERUs, right now, as in the proposed budget and in the letters and everything that went out, there's one ERU per each vote slip. And now we're going to go back to 0.25 for the non-liver boards and 0.5 for the liver boards. So I know you know this, you need to recalculate the total number of ERUs to come up with the per ERU dollar amount, recognizing that as to the other unit owners, the one ERU, we cannot exceed the dollar amount per ERU that was noticed and advertised, which is the $403.
Yes.
We cannot exceed that.
Right, we don't want to
I
exceed.
just want to make sure everybody
Yep.
knows that. So whatever the
403 will be the same as it was last year.
per ERU. So we need
Correct.
to make sure that the budget number, though, that you adopted, the budget isn't, when you prorate this, doesn't exceed the.
Were your numbers at 1 or were they at 0.25?
No, what I'm saying is, right now, the budget number that is in the budget that was approved for purposes of the adoption hearing today is divided up by a certain number of ERUs. And in that formula, you had one ERU assigned to all the vote slips. Right now, it's being revised downward to 0.25 and 0.5. So the total number of ERUs will be less. So when you divide the total number of ERUs into the budget amount, it's probably going to result in more than 403 per ERU. So you need to adjust the budget downward accordingly to keep as a maximum of 403 per ERU.
And I'm confident that Neil can do that, right?
Right. I am but I understand. I just want to make sure that you don't adopt a budget that exceeds what you think.
I got you.
I have a question on, there was something on the county website that they pushed everything back a little bit. Does this give you, because of the hurricane, they pushed some
I'll check real
back?
quick.
I didn't know if it would give you an extra day or two, because they pushed trash collection and everything supposedly was going to be moved back.
Yeah, I think for the property appraiser to push it back would require a governor's action like an executive order, similar to what they did up in Lee County after Ian, where they pushed all the taxes back, or even here. The areas impacted by Ian, they pushed it back to April or May. They pushed the dates back for payment without penalty.
Okay, can we vote on this?
Yeah, we can vote on
I
this.
think Neil's doing the math, just to make sure before we vote on it, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that you have a total budget number that he can give you to adopt as your budget.
It'll take you a few minutes?
Yeah, about a minute or two more.
Okay. Scott, you're comfortable with all this? And I know that Mr. Sullivan is as well. I think this is a win for everybody. I think it's, I wish we could do the same thing with Scott's previous thing. Hopefully we can do that same thing somehow. And I personally want to thank you. You did a service to your fellow boat people, and you did a service to this board. Thank you.
And I know this last one was thrown on you at the last meeting, is when we hit them with that, so you didn't have much notice. But like Dan said, we're going to be addressing everything. Although, the water utility assessment, everything's going to be addressed in the coming year because it's got to change. It's just not right. At least that's my opinion.
This year, our goal with looking at all the O&Ms was we weren't looking to expand the budget. We were looking to make it more fairly assessed across everyone. That was the goal. That's how you became part of it. And that's where we're at. Next year, we have to take on the ERCs.
So you're aware, so you can come to the meetings right off the bat.
And what we're running into here too is when we talk about, a dock there doesn't have this, this, and this. We got a lot of vacant properties here, and I own one of them. That, believe me, we're paying monster amounts of money.
Mr. Chairman, while Neil is making the calculation, can we obtain confirmation from either Mr. President or Mr. Sullivan as to the total number of liveaboards? Because we've seen the number 116 or 118.
You'll have that. Choices, we'll compile that.
We need that now, though.
My assumptions are 118 and then 57 non-liveaboards or hookups.
Yeah, I'm coming up between 117 and 119 off the top of my head, so that's probably accurate.
118?
That's right in the middle. 118.
Satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, let me, I'm talking out loud here as we go. The original amount that I attributed to the non-ad valorem assessments was $455,558. That was at 1 ERU per boat slip. So if I take 118 at 1/2, that would be 201.55 from 403.11. And then 57 at $100.22 at 0.25 is the same. I'm rounding here, but the same. So the total revenue from boat slips was $23,782.90. The revised amount would be, or the separate amount for the non-liveaboards would be $5,743.89. The total revenue then for boat slips goes from the previous number, which was $70,544.15 to $29,526.17, which is the reduction. That's the amount that will be there. So the new non-ad valorem total for the operating and maintenance fund will be $414,545.64.
Understand the numbers? Okay.
So what would be in order then would be for the board to consider adopting the resolution 2023-6, adopting the general fund budget for fiscal year 2024 with the revision to the amount for the operation and maintenance to read $414,545.64 in lieu of the $455,558 that's in the first whereas clause and the second paragraph. And so the water and sewer assessment is not changing. So Neil, correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be in order for the board to adopt resolution 2023-7 while revising the general fund budget to $414,545.64 in the first whereas and in paragraph 2.
Correct.
And authorizing the manager to prepare the final version in the printed form of that budget.
All right. All that lingo he just said. Let's make that a motion. I don't know how to repeat all that.
It'd be a motion to adopt the resolution 2023-7, adopting the, bear with me, I'm sorry. The first one is 2023-6, adopting the final general budget of the Port of the Islands Community Improvement District for fiscal year 2024. by revising the general fund budget to be $414,545.64, and the water and sewer fund budget to be $1,042,738. Is that correct, Neil?
That's correct.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the next motion, I apologize, would be Resolution 2023-7, is to resolution levying a debt service and maintenance assessment within the Port of the Islands Community Improvement District. We need to correct some typographical errors, and to reflect that the assessment for operation and maintenance of the district will amount to $414,545.64, and the water and sewer assessment, the total sum of $1,042,738.
That's correct.
And that motion is in order. And there's no more debt services, is that correct?
That's correct.
So we would correct the heading also.
It has been corrected.
Okay. That would be the motion, appropriate motion to adopt resolution 2023-7 with revised total general fund budget and amending only that portion of the resolution.
All right, I make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-7. Any seconds?
As amended. With the
As
general
amended.
fund. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Neil, is that good? Did you have what you
Yes. That then concludes the budget hearing for fiscal '24, and that would take us then, if you want to, Mr. Chairman, you could have another brief recess, or we can just roll into the regular meeting.
I think we should roll into the regular meeting and let her go.
We'll take a brief recess just while
Just
certain
just a couple of minutes though.
Yeah.
Bye, Terry. Good seeing you.
Feel the tension leaving the
Now I guess we're up to
Yeah, we're on the balance of the agenda, but I just need to ask first, are there any additional public comments other than those on the budget? We just, our regular meeting process provides for that opportunity. If they're not, then that takes us...
No?
How about the budget?
No, this isn't about the budget.
No. If you have unrelated public comments, this is your opportunity.
JC Sanchez, 289 Cage Drive. Everybody's familiar with me, I guess, at this point. I'm not sure why I'm on the budget as a formal request from owner for 289 Cage Drive. My understanding is that at this meeting, I don't know if this is meant to be an acknowledgement of my formal request, which I think Mr. Kish requested that at the last meeting that something be reported back to me. I won't sit here and I don't like when people count my money, so I won't assume to count anybody else's. I would have wished that our neighbors from the slips would have stayed around to support other inequalities in the community. Unfortunately, thank you. I appreciate it. Couple of questions, so please be patient with me. There's a pool of ERCs that are owned by the CID, correct? How many is that? Do we know?
260.
260 something. And if those ERCs, if I hold 18 ERCs. If I needed more ERCs, I would have to purchase them from the CID, correct?
Correct.
So the CID would derive from the profits of those sales? I'm wondering why the CID doesn't pay assessments on those ERCs.
Pay assessments to themselves?
No, the assessments for owning those ERCs. They're not being used, correct?
Well, I had that question a long time ago, why we didn't pay for them. And it's just like we pay for our water, and then we credit it. So it would just be an
exercise.
Financial budgeting issue.
The reason I say that is because, again, here I am paying for 18 ERCs that I'm not using. This is my 5th meeting in a row, still has not been addressed. I had an agreement in place to take over the restaurant, which would have revived a little bit the community. I was going to invest significant money into the restaurant, about $38,000 in improvements to provide a better experience to our neighbors. Unfortunately, my deal with the landlord fell apart because of the ERCs that he pays on the restaurant, so the restaurant remains closed. There is inequalities, and I saw a compromise take place today. And this board, over the last 5 months, still has failed, even though, whether it's the previous board, and I know you guys are dealing with the aftermath of the case deal, and what was given to Mr. Case, you refuse to address the inequalities with the case deal and the ERCs that somebody like me is paying on a vacant lot, not using any of the ERCs. I paid $35,000 in ERC assessments earlier this year for ERCs that I am not using. And again, I won't assume to count anybody's money, but to see this board come together and make what is, and I'm very happy, by the way, very, very come together and compromise on what basically works out to about $100 a year per slip owner. I think there should be some more consideration in regards to my request. My formal request that, by the way, still has not been acknowledged, except to put it as an agenda item, which I didn't know about, and I have no information coming back from the CID board or the manager. I think it is a total lack of professionalism. I think it's a total lack of addressing the inequalities that we have. At this point, my only remedy at this point is to either give back those ERCs to the CID or do what other folks are doing, and this board sits and has no remedy for it either, just choose not to pay them.
Can I respond?
Sure.
You know, I bought my property in '98. When I bought the property, the ERCs were there, and I didn't build till 2005. Okay, I paid the ERCs the whole time. I didn't use it. It was there. I didn't ask for them to take them away.
So did I.
And on top of that, when I bought it, they had, just before that, they had put a new bond or something on the thing, and I could either roll it into the ERCs or pay it outright. Now, I don't know why they did it like that, but I paid an extra $10,000. Okay, so that's for one lot. Okay.
I did the same thing, Russ.
But,
I built my house.
but the point is, I knew what I was getting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and as far as what you've got going here,
Yeah.
and it should have been addressed, because like I said I remember the last meeting now, I said, yeah, just answer his question, whatever it is. But nothing's going to change this year, but next year we're going to address it. At least that's the plan, right?
Yes.
So, but it won't.
And
It's
can
going
I
to
say
be
something?
it's going to
Can
be
I say
another full
something?
year.
The
Like I
last
said,
meeting
like
the
I said,
last meeting that I was at.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Russ. Finish. Go ahead. Finish.
So I mean,
I didn't realize you weren't finished.
yeah. So 8 years I paid that on my little property. By the time I was done with the taxes and everything before the last year, I said, okay, I got to build now because it's costing me $4,500 a year in tax on a piece of one little building lot. So
By the way,
that's
I did the same thing. I built my house. I bought my lot 3 years before I built my house. Paid my ERCs. Nobody saw me come here and complain about that. I have a problem. And this is the difference, Russ. You gave the Alex Rodriguez contract to Case. You gave it to him. And you're not requiring him to buy ERCs or pay for ERCs. It's done. You set the precedent. Before that, I could not have anything that would hold water and make an argument of why shouldn't I have to pay my ERCs. My argument is it was given to somebody, and you set precedent, or the previous board set precedent. So now, from an equity standpoint, It is only the right thing to do. It's been done, because I can promise you that if we're going to go in front of a court for $100 a year, we'll go in front of a court. And I probably can't, and I've already talked to a couple of attorneys, and I'm trying not to do that. But I could probably get most judges to say, you guys did it, you set the precedent, now you have to do it to anybody else who owns a piece of commercial property.
I'd have to refer you to the lawyer, but we sold that property.
I'm
So
sorry, with all due respect to Tony, he doesn't even know the definition of arbitrary, so.
well,
That's not fair.
Mhm.
but anyway, it's, you know, I mean, that was a different animal than what you're talking about.
What has happened here happens in cities
Yes.
all the time. I can speak for up north, where I live, all right? You can come in, you can have let's say for an Amazon warehouse wants to come to your community, and the powers to be at that government, at the city, or whatever it is, cut a special tax deal, and they give them 10 years, no taxes on that deal, right? Everyone in the community does not get that deal. It is not open to anyone. It's open to the people, the business they're bringing in, and they make a dispensation for that business coming in, like a warehouse, to bring it to the community because it's going to benefit the community, it's going to do things, and so they do a special thing. They don't go around to every member, resident of that community and say, all right, well, that deal's open to you too.
Well, by the way, I'm not building a home. I'm not building a home there.
Well, okay, let's say other businesses.
I'm creating jobs, and I'm creating something that's bringing value to the Port of the
I
Islands.
understand, but I'm just speaking on the fact of whether we set a precedence or not. I don't.
So how do I
believe we
start the
did.
process? Obviously, the board is not going to take any consideration. How do I start the process of giving my ERCs back to the board?
Can I say something?
I'll give it back to the board and I'll sell the property. That way, the next owner is not taxed with the burden of paying $35,000, wanting to invest in improving the community, and that this board has no consideration for it. So how do I start the process of giving that back? What do I have to do?
I've been at least 3 meetings, JC, that the board has said to you, we can't do it now, we will consider it in November. How many more times do we have to tell you that?
No problem. And Elise, by the way, I'm a smart guy. I retain information really well. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks. I appreciate the board acknowledging my formal request as well.
If we said we were gonna look at it, I don't understand. You
How do I
don't
start
believe
the
us?
process of returning the ERCs?
So, we said we were gonna look at it.
How do I start the process
We said it
of
3
returning
times
the
in 3 different
ERCs?
meetings.
He's looking up
Are we
our,
gonna do it? Yes.
He's looking up our rules that I spoke about, how we have got rules and procedures that we have to work underneath, or we have to change them before we can do something different.
Yeah, if the board wants to inform them, not Mr.
Please
Sanchez,
do.
but the board has adopted the revised rules, you recall back in 2022, I believe, with regards to the rules of procedure, including the utility rules. And there's a procedure in there to transfer utility equivalent residential connections to the district. It outlines the process that Mr. Sanchez can go through, begins on page 39, and it's in the section that's titled Utility Equivalent Residential Connections, section 5. And Mr. Dorwell can provide you a copy upon the request of the rules, and then you can
Have you looked at that?
No, I'll look at it. So let me ask you, what is the remedy for the CID board if I don't pay the ERCs, just like other people are doing?
And again,
The county will just sell tax certificates.
In what time? 3 years?
No, they
every year.
Because
Every year.
there's people here who have not paid in 2 years.
Yeah, and they've got tax certificates out
Sold,
again.
they sold certificates.
Yeah, and again, from the standpoint of, I think the board has committed on a go-forward basis, based upon a number of communications in the past, to engage the services of a consultant to look at the utility ERC process, and that determination, make a determination whether or not there needs to be a revision to the assessment methodology and the ERC methodology.
But we have to go through a process to do that.
Correct, and I think the board indicated that they, as Annalise mentioned, begin the process to engage a consultant to do that. And similar, and I think the time frame I would recommend be similar to what occurred with regards to the revised assessment methodology that Mr. Wire prepared. That was adopted last spring, April, May, that it started in December, January, had multiple public hearings to provide the public and the residents the opportunity to comment on the assessment methodology report. So that way it's well in advance of the budget process and makes it a lot easier when you go through the budget process. I think that would be Neil and our recommendation for the board to begin that engagement sooner than later.
When we put him on.
Yeah, it was my understanding that we were going to do that and talk to JC, and JC was a part of that.
Yes.
So what's the issue?
Neil, when he was put on this agenda, was there a specific purpose?
Yeah, the statute related to the budget process gives any member of the public the right to submit written comments in advance, whether or not they come to the public hearing. And I alluded to that last month. I said that his comments and then Mr. Sullivan's comments would be segregated and then incorporated into the record of today's meeting per the statute. And so that's why we went through that. We have also indicated, and I think the minutes reflect that the board said that they could not undertake the ERC methodology reevaluation this fiscal year. My notes are that at the October meeting, we will present a proposal with someone to begin that work during the first quarter of the new fiscal year. I mean, I think the board's been fairly consistent in your, request to me in that regard. But the two emails are in the record today because the statute requires me and gives him the right to do that. That's why they're there.
But have you replied to him in any way?
Not in writing, other than what I've said at the last two meetings, which was, it was my understanding that this project would be undertaken in the first quarter of the new fiscal year after October the 1st.
Can you give him a reply yet today?
Yeah, it'll be essentially just that. I mean, if he wants me to memorialize, our previous comments at the board meeting and our intent to engage a consultant to look at the ERC methodology, I'd be happy to do that.
Kevin could probably even help us with that.
Whatever's needed.
Okay.
Okay. So is JC happy now?
No.
Well, that's condescending as hell.
Is that good?
That's condescending as hell. Where do I look when I get back to ERCs?
No, I'm not being condescending. I'm just saying, is that what you're looking for?
As I mentioned,
Because you bring it up at every meeting.
you can ask Mr. Doral.
Is that what you need?
Great, thank you.
They're on the website.
Let's see.
Any other public comments unrelated to the budget today? With that, Mr. Chairman, item 4 are the review, approval, or amendment of the minutes from the meeting that occurred on July the 21st. This meeting was not adjourned, but was continued to a subsequent meeting. And you can entertain
No, I'll use my turn.
any amendments that you might have as part of that.
I personally, when it comes to these minutes, I don't know where to start stuff on. I have nothing but a problem with the minutes. The accuracy of them, it was too far for me to go through, so I don't know what to do about it. I guess I've already spoke to Kevin about it, and I mean, I don't know what to say.
Let me offer this then. In the interest of your time, let's continue these. I know that Mr. Schmidt had some suggested edits on 3 pages, and if you have some areas that you can highlight, I'd be happy to have our transcriptionists, present some edits or some elaborations. And again, these were the meeting of July the 21st.
Okay. All right.
At the chairman's request then, we'll continue these for 1 month. We have back on then under the Muni billing update. I'm on the manager's report now. Those bills were transmitted and printed and mailed earlier this week. The bills are a combined bill that was told they were mailed yesterday. They include the 2 past cycles of March and June. And at the recommendation and the schedule of our utility operator, they process the August meter readings, and we will be current as a result of the combined bill that includes the two past and the current billing cycle.
Without the ability to take credit cards yet, right?
That is still, we have not been denied. That is an open item. They have asked me for some subsequent information and copies of my contract with the board. They're having a little problem, and it's not new, differentiating between my role as an independent contractor and the entity, which is a Florida special purpose government. So
How long ago did they ask for that information?
They asked for that information in the middle of last week, and we replied the same day and gave them the requested information that they wanted. I got a subsequent piece of correspondence saying that it was under review. I've indicated to Muni Billing that I needed to know soon who their new additional vendor would be for credit card processing. They had previously represented to us that in October they would have a second ACH processor. We did verify that about 80% of the people here are paying their bill either through a check or through auto pay with their bank. The balance is split evenly between what's called an e-check, where you would go into their website and process your own routing number and account number, or use a credit card. It's split about evenly both ways. But the bill should be received, depending on the mail service, as early as tomorrow, and if not, immediately following on the holiday next Tuesday. The financials, I alluded to these briefly during the course of the budget presentation, but I do want to make a couple of highlights here. These are through the end of the third quarter. You'll see that there is a...
Can I back us up just a second?
Sure.
On Muni Billing, it was a couple months ago now, I think, when I called Heidi and tried to kickstart this thing and get it moving again. Right? And we're still in the same position we were before.
She's not the problem.
Well, what is the problem? Because this is just not acceptable. I know kicking it down the road maybe is working for you, but I'm sorry. I got involved because I wanted to see it get moving, right? And we did get it kick-started again, and there was a lot of talk and stuff back and forth about making that happen. And it just seemed to die again since then. What is the problem?
I don't think the problem was Muni Billing, and Heidi works for Muni Billing. The most recent conversations included her boss, who's a senior manager in the company, who had indicated the problem is Heartland. Heartland is the vendor that they use to do credit card and e-check processing. And we've taken I offered to go to Atlanta and meet with Heartland Corporation as part of getting this resolved. On one separate instance, and I should tell you this, we have weekly meetings with them and have never missed a meeting, have never missed a submittal that they have requested for us, and they admit that. They've complied. For whatever reason, the problems with Heartland were sort of twofold. The first one was that they wanted someone to provide personal guarantees for payments through Heartland. And we got Tony involved. Tony opined that you can't expect any individual, whether it's me or whether this is chairman or anybody on this board, to provide a personal guarantee for a government. They were treating us like we were a retail vendor of some type, and we wasted time addressing and satisfying that particular problem that we had. The second problem was then that for whatever reason, although I serve as a public official and I am by law the designated district manager, and every district in the state has to have a designated manager and the vast majority of them are independent contractors. In very limited instances are they employees of the district. The only one that I can think of offhand is Gateway in Fort Myers, and there's one in Sarasota. But 98% of districts' managers are independent contractors. And I had previously signed, without the personal guarantee at their direction, the application. We were told that it was fine. And then it's somewhere in the last, I'll say 3 weeks, somebody somewhere changed their mind again, and a month ago they asked to have the board designate the chairman to sign a third application. The chairman signed the third application, and we still don't have the ACH component. And so it has just sort of been one thing after another. We requested a letter, we requested a meeting, and they consider it under consideration. But I made the decision that based off the calls that we were getting, that we needed to move forward. I had one conversation with Ms. Hanson in regard, and spoke to her in addition to the chairman. The chairman, we talk about it weekly. And so we made the decision to have them print the bills and reserve the right in the next cycle to have a new ACH vendor be able to afford us the credit card or the e-check component that is not currently part of the agreement. If I had a magic wand, I would have waved it before now.
Did we ever contemplate telling Heartland, we're going to look elsewhere?
There's currently not another authorized ACH provider that is recognized by Muni Billing. I did speak to a local banker, and I said that I needed to have them consider introducing us to an ACH provider that was in the marketplace, and we're still pursuing that. It has to be able to merge with the Muni Billing software, is my understanding. When we send the data file from that lockbox, there would be two different lockboxes. Right now, if somebody goes online, when they get their bill and they go online and they set up auto pay with their bank, or they write a hard check, it goes to Muni Billing's lockbox.
Okay.
And then we
had a local vendor for a lockbox.
Excuse me?
If we had a local vendor, a bank or whatever with
That's why
lockbox, if we had a local vendor right now, which I know there's some available, if we have one here, can we use our local vendor for the lockbox?
If their lockbox process will merge with the Muni Billing software, that's my understanding.
That's the problem right there.
Then maybe we have to look elsewhere than Muni Billing.
Yeah, because you can't just go out and find somebody and they'll say they'll do it, because Muni Billing is going to say, oh, well, we don't work with that software that they work with, so therefore you're going to have to manually put it in, and you're going to be responsible for any mistakes and blah, 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 blah. Is that what the gist you got out of it?
Yeah, and here's what I would tell you. We sought out the advice of Mitch Gilbert at the very front end to pre-qualify firms that were in the utility billing business. Of the 3 recommendations that he made, 2 of them just want to sell you software, and they want you or your employees to buy their software, and they support the software. Muni Billing was the only service that offered what they call managed care, where they will then manage your account, and they will do the bookkeeping, and they print the bills. And frankly, we went through a process on the very front end. I think that was back in March, to see pre-qualified firms that could work with Mitch to be able to take the meter readings and then generate the bills.
Cal did it in-house. He printed the bills in-house.
He did.
If we had a lockbox with a local bank or something that we can use.
I'm pursuing that angle as we speak through First Integrity Bank, and the senior banking official there is Nancy Ortega, and she is the same banker who manages all of the Board of County Commissioners' accounts. And so I'm inquiring through her if they have a ACH vendor that the bank works with for transactions in order to at least explore that angle with muni billing in advance of their designating a separate ACH vendor on October.
Okay, because this is taken, so we started this muni billing thing, what, back in March?
We got underway towards the end of March, and you will recall their original target date to us was the end of June, 1st of July.
It was, and now we're in September.
Their contention is that, yeah, but they said, well, we could have generated a bill on July the 23rd. And I said, yeah, but that was without the ACH component that we were trying to effectuate. So I didn't buy that
That
argument.
was in their contract. Their contract says they can provide ACH. They didn't.
So we have asked them to identify who their new ACH vendor is projected to be in October so that we could begin that process now. But simultaneously, I'm trying to work with the local bank to designate an ACH vendor to see if their system can merge with the muni billing software.
So we can start with a new vendor for ACH, and what, 6 months from now, maybe we'll send out another water bill?
No, the bills are back on cycle, so we will generate another bill in October and hopefully at least have identified a separate vendor in advance of that in order to have that component as part of our process.
I've been told there's lock boxes here locally that we can get.
I use local lock boxes for HOA payments and things like that, but at the end of the day, we have to be able to take those data files and have them merge with the muni billing accounting software.
Okay, so what would it take for us to print our own bill? If Mitch turns over the meter readings, right, and all we have to do is put that into bill form, we could print the bills like Cal did.
I don't have that answer. I mean, we would need to know what the cost of the acquisition and then the license fees of the software were, and we'd have to explore having somebody perform that accounting function. I don't have that information today.
Okay.
For just sake of example, I mean, then what that means is we would purchase the muni billing software or a competitor's software, and then the annual license and support fees, and then have to come up with some sort of labor component. That was my concern on the front end, was when we originally proposed here, was that I did not want to try to get into the utility billing line of work, and I was going to outsource that with a pre-qualified firm.
So if we don't have it, if we use their lockbox, we give up some interest and some benefits of having the lockbox ourselves. And if we print the bills, we save a bunch of money there. If we do our own printing, then the cost would be getting the software. And whatever, the office personnel to do 2-3 days of printing bills and sending them out or whatever.
Yeah, I don't want to oversimplify it, but there's a labor component, and there's the software or equipment side of it.
Maybe that's something we got to look at.
Well, initially, I'm exploring whether or not we can do that through a local bank who has their own lockbox service in order for those transactions to then be uploaded into muni billing.
You want to say anything on that? Frank is working with the bank. We work with our master association, and they have lock boxes and they have capabilities, and would probably love to work with us.
I don't know that there's a solution here, but it'd be interesting to see. I've been working with some people that are in this business for various types of organizations, tennis clubs and community. They have the printing ability, they have the mailing ability, all that stuff. And they also do customized software for interlinks. And what they would need is not the data, nobody's data. They just need to know what kind of software we're currently using to transfer the data from our system to theirs. And we're told it's Excel. I also talked with the president of a significant bank. He said that he would bring his top person and work closely. He's a big fan of the CID, by the way. And he would personally make sure they did everything they could do to find a lockbox solution. So this is not a solution, but I'm simply saying, if we could get the details on what mechanism, whether it's Excel or whatever, that the geeks talk about that. And then I'll go back to these people and say, if you want to put a proposal together, have it by their next meeting. And they either will or they won't.
And let me offer this, in advance, if you will give us your contact information, I'll ask Kevin to contact Mitch, because as you know, they don't physically read meters anymore. It's all electronic. They just drive down the street, the meters are encoded, signal bounces back and provides the meter reading. They take that data file and they electronically upload that to whoever has got the accounting software.
And that's what we do not want.
And I don't know the answer to that, but I will tell you, we will find out what is the operating software
there you go.
for the meter reading process.
We don't need that. What we need is, once you gather the data into a file, by the way, we're talking about 800 things. The time to process out on a computer is 0.8 of a second. So once you've got that data, what we're asking for now, and I say we, I'm not involved in anything financial, just trying to help out, but all they need is what software do you currently use to transmit it? None of the data, none of the people's information, just is it Excel or is it, so, and the reason they need to know that is, do they have to write a custom interlink, which increase their cost, or can they go with that? And they may not submit a proposal, but I would say the bank will be aggressive on trying to find a solution. They're big, and these people are certainly, I think, qualified, and you would determine if you think not. But my suggestion would be, if I could just get that information about the interlink, then I would ask them to either make a proposal, get it to the board at least a week before the next meeting.
We'll do that, and in the same regard, I also had a separate conversation looking for alternatives with the clerk of the circuit court in Collier County. Her name's Crystal Kinsel. Clerks in the state of Florida for non-chartered counties, they are the chief fiscal officer and source of accounting. And I've asked for some advice or help to see whether or not, or if they could identify an ACH provider, or if they, the county clerk's department, finance department, would be willing to do the billing. I don't have an answer to that yet.
And it's a good question. I totally agree. The only thing that I learned in all this, and I don't understand it, is having the cash in your lockbox under your direct control is a good thing. And number two, you know, there's, as the clock ticks, somebody's collecting interest on that. It ought to be you. So, but again, if we could just get what software, that's all, no personal information, and they'll either submit a proposal they won't, and you'll either like it or not.
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Just make sure that Kevin has your has an email address for you before we leave.
Thank you so much.
We back to the financial?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, that gentleman was walking forward. So these are as of the end of June. As I previously indicated, there's $3,900,000 that is in cash. There's a separate money market account of $687,000, combined cash position $4.65 million at the end of the third quarter. There were $122,000 in outstanding payables on the liability portion. All of the expense areas on the statement of income and revenue have previously been alluded to and or discussed as part of the budget presentation with respect to both legal and professional fees associated with engineering. There were a surprising $50,000 in non-ad valorem assessments that were received in June. That's a little unusual. I presume that's a timing issue from certificates that were sold or purchased at the auction the previous month in May. But the fact that there was an additional $50,000 in the general fund, there was $15,000 during the month of of June in interest earnings, which was the highest for the year to date. Combined interest earnings for the year total $118,600. The only other area that I had wanted to just highlight overall, there are some slightly year-to-date increases for chemicals associated with mosquito spraying, but we buy that stuff like 50 gallons at a time, and on the year-to-date, that'll catch up before we get to the end of the year. Total operating expenses year-to-date are below budget, combined to the tune of about $8,000. There have been no capital expenses that were incurred as part of the budget. Total expenditures overall year-to-date are $278 and $52 in the general fund against a year-to-date budget of almost $600,000. And the main reason for that is that big $300,000 year-to-date capital expense. On the utility side, the same is true with respect to special assessments. On the utility component, there was $148,000 received in June. Total year-to-date assessments are at $1,042,000. The only area that year-to-date is over budget had to do with repair and maintenance to potable water lines, and it's not material. Total year-to-date expenses are right at $2,400, and so we're under budget there. We were slightly over budget on generator maintenance and lift station maintenance year-to-date, but those sort of things are still within the annual budget. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, or you can entertain a motion to accept them.
I'm curious, what do I have to do to see the bills? And I'm not talking about necessarily the invoices, but what we're paying to the different vendors. I mean, I don't feel like I'm seeing any financials. I mean, I'm getting an invoice for the legal and the engineering, but I'm not seeing anything else.
I think we had agreed that for any non-reoccurring expense,
We were talking about invoices.
correct. Some of those, the auto pays that we have for like FPL or those sorts of things that are on auto pay. Insurance premiums are on auto pay and that kind of thing. If you want to see actual invoices that are in the payables file above whatever amount that you want to establish, I think we've agreed to that. I don't know that I ever heard back that there was an amount. Some of my clients, it's anywhere between $2,500 on average, but I mean, you tell me the
Well,
limit
I just
and I'll
feel
produce
like
the information.
I'm supposed to be looking at these financials that I don't see, and that we're supposed to now vote to accept the financials when we really don't. I
don't have any clients that actually look at the general ledger, but I mean, it's part of our financial statement preparation, and I can also give you a payables run that shows all of the transactions. I'm trying to narrow down what's the most important thing that you feel you want to see.
I don't know.
Wait.
I like.
What is considered? I mean, Florida Power and Light, water bills, things like that get paid automatically. But the engineering, the attorney, Soto.
Yeah, we are already.
Don't we see those? We don't see those bills.
The chairman does, yes.
The engineering and the legal we see.
What other bills are there?
Well, there's Soto's, the bill.
I wouldn't know because I didn't see it.
Well, the biggest ones that we have are the Florida Utility Solutions bill and the landscapers bill, and then it goes to probably engineering, legal, and then our bill are the top bills every month. our bill's always the same. We charge a flat rate, and then I charge you actual costs for out-of-pocket expenses, whether it's Xerox or FedEx and certain things like that. But those are the top 6 bills that probably represent 80-90% maybe of our total spending.
Okay.
But the biggest ones,
So-
again, are Florida Utility Systems, whose bill averages $33,000 per month. The engineering and legal expenses are generally $10,000. I think our bill is a flat $7,500 a month. But I'm happy to provide other information. The only thing I'm reluctant to do is for small purchases, because we process things in batches, and I need to stay on time in terms of processing batches. I don't mind providing the information for payables in advance. I need to be able to, if they are, in my opinion, if I'm doing the pre-audit requirement, I don't want to delay waiting to get approval to pay routine bills.
Yeah, I agree, but we should be seeing some of these bills. If there aren't that many, it shouldn't be an issue to give us a copy of them then. Right?
We can do that.
I don't know. Okay. I mean, and if one of us has to come up there and pick them up, that's fine too.
Yeah, let me give you a list of all the payables, and I'll need to find out, we do 2 runs per month, and it's always on the same day. But if for example, if you want to see copies of all the invoices for the past month, or what we have month to date, just for information gathering, I'm not opposed to that. I just need to stay on schedule.
All right, let's make a motion to accept the financials.
I make a motion, we accept.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
But I did, as part of that, promise you a payables run for the most recent month, as well as anything that we have received month to date. You just make it.
So we've already done the utility operator. Attorney. Now down to the attorney.
Yeah, Tony had something related to one of these license agreements.
No, it's a easement use agreement, and all it is the board has approved it, it just needs to be re-executed by the property owner, I think, and by the chairman.
It's done, it's already redone.
Oh, okay, so you have the original? So I have the fax, I have the email version, not the original.
Email version.
Okay, all we need is just an update on this particular one. When we get the original from the property owner, we'll give it to the chairman to have the chairman sign. And it's a follow-up to what Annalise mentioned before, prepared an use agreement for that swale. Also, Sunset K property. That's on my list of, we finalized, wrap that up because they have the FDOT box and they've met the county requirements. Is that my understanding, Annalise?
So then can we get to
Yes.
the code enforcement people and get these 2 things shut out?
That's the idea, yes,
Because
sir.
they're still getting,
Are they still getting pestered? Okay. I will work on this weekend to be able to send those out to the property owners and also notify the county. Here's a draft form, so I can send those to Jack on probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Jack McKenna.
okay.
And
perfect.
let them know that Jack already knows we're working on it. I think Annalise has been in contact. I was earlier.
Okay.
Make sure that those people
Perfect.
are not being pestered.
Yeah, and that,
Good
I
point.
was down there when it was raining the other day, and that one on Nessus there, that thing works really good.
Does it really work?
Really
Good, okay.
Works great. Tony, could you send me a copy of what you sent to Jack, please?
Oh, I'll send it to you first in case you want to pick it apart or comment. I have no problem.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Industrial one in. Okay, engineers report.
Worked on a few things since our last board meeting. After the meeting, we did research the available information we had on the Newport Drive issue and possible encroachments near US 41. I did forward that information to the district manager and the attorney. The information we did have was Newport Lane on the south end is platted. To the north end, it is in an easement, although I did discover a document that may be in conflict, or in addition to that, it looks like in about 95, that particular easement was transferred as far as a deed from the POI incorporated to the district. But again, the property appraiser does show something different as far as ownerships in those areas. I have suggested that if the board wants to pursue it a little bit further, that they go ahead and get some title work done on that property associated with it to resolve ownership issues there.
Yeah, I can order a property information report for probably $150 from a title insurance company. That would show what encumbrances or items of record if the insurance company believes would affect that parcel, as to who the current owner is and any other issues.
That's just for the one side of the entrance? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
On Newport?
At the very north end of Newport, where it intersects with 41, there's that real estate office and so forth in there.
On the west side or east side are we talking about?
That is pretty much in the center.
I know.
And then there's another little piece that extends out from the hotel site itself that touches that parcel. They're two separate parcels that appears to be owned by the same people, though. Again, originally it looked like there was an easement over it. In 95, it appears that there was maybe a deed transfer of the property to the district, and it included the entire easement area, it looks like.
Okay. Well, how's the board feel about, you want to spend $150 on figuring that out?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Tony, and do that.
Thank you.
The other thing we worked on was the FEP permit renewal. You authorized that on the July 21st meeting to go ahead and be filed, and that has been filed. We have not received any comments back from the DEP at this point. Typically, there are some requests for additional information that do come out of the district. And as Mitch earlier indicated, there was a warning letter that was sent out, separate issue from the permit, although some of the issues do overlap in the permit itself as far as its renewal.
Before I forget, what's the encroachment on 41?
Well, no encroachment on 41, it's on Newport.
Oh, I thought you said 41. Okay.
No, it's near the intersection.
My mistake.
So you said with the permit, we're finished with the permit now?
No.
No, just started.
We have submitted it. Now it goes through a review process with the department. Department generally generates a request for additional information. There'll be a response to that. And then it goes into hopefully a draft permit at that point that the parties can look at, evaluate, make sure there's no typos, anything that needs to be changed in that document. There may or may not be a compliance schedule also with that. With the warning letter, there may be some compliance issues that are identified that you've got certain timeframes to do this and this in. And then there'll be some regular reporting with that. But at that point, it will be issued and be good for another 5 years. Then also what I did was I did wrap up one assignment we did have concerning the erosion around those flushing hydrants that we have throughout the district. And I forwarded that on to the district manager and also the operations folks that they can go ahead and put splash blocks. It did include the ability for it to drain into a French drain underground so that we can kind of recapture some of that water into the groundwater surface and it just doesn't sit on top of the ground. The district manager also asked me to provide some information to him about the Salamarsa parcels and their history and maintenance responsibilities, and I did provide that. Just a real quick summary of what we did find, or confirm what we did find, was Salamarsa North. Basically, all those responsibilities are to the district with the exception of the drainage and the stormwater. Salamarsa South, we only have responsibilities for the utilities only, no streets, no drainage. And then as far as those Salamarsa properties along the case, the utilities are in the roadway. We don't have any other responsibilities in those areas.
What did you have on Stella South?
I'm sorry?
Stella South?
South, the only thing we have responsibility for is the utilities.
And north?
We have responsibilities for the roadway, the utilities, but we have no responsibility for drainage or stormwater.
And I know that at one point they thought that we should be responsible for that drainage as well. And that problem is what? Why haven't?
It was never, the district never accepted the responsibilities for the drainage and roadways. It's specifically excluded in one of the agreements that's exists between Salamarsa and also the district.
Was the reason behind not taking that? What was the reason behind it, do you recall?
Well, I can't speak for previous boards and so forth, but I assume that the district engineer at that time had requested an inspection of the drainage system. Perhaps it wasn't done, and it was not accepted because there was no way that the district could be protected from any damage that may exist in the system or any kind of deficiencies.
Now, that was designed by Hull Montez, right?
Yes, and it had sat for several years before it was but basically it requested for the district to take over.
Right.
Frankly, President of Stellar Maris North, for the record, we respectfully object and disagree with those findings. We have previously submitted written documentation to this board in which the engineer that stamped and sealed our community, which included that going to the CID, we were told that, quote, by the previous board, in 2 meetings, we were told that the CID engineer never approved it. I then brought to this body a document filed with the Collier County Commission in which this good firm designated one of their people to be their official representative before the Collier County Commission and for all matters. That individual was the same engineer that signed and sealed our plans. When I submitted to this board, the chairwoman said, "What is the date on that?" And we presented the date. These are official documents from Collier County. There is no question. As for the agreement that we're talking about, recognizing that your good attorney is a real attorney and I watch him on TV, that is the one that we pointed out that your attorney represented both sides in what I have characterized as, if you Google, go ahead.
If you can clarify the prior attorney.
You, part?
The prior attorney.
The prior attorney, yes, sir. Absolutely. The prior attorney represented both sides. And what I say, if you Google it up, it's the biggest conflict of interest in the history of American jurisprudence. And that document we have discussed in front of the former board. And after that discussion, they said twice they were going to take those various portions. Then the last thing I'll say is, we were told that the CID has this and that, and then when you presented your, not you, but when someone presented the digital, whatever it was.
CMD or?
Pardon? The digital mapping.
GIS.
All right. I sat in this room and I suddenly noticed, they said, everything the CID is responsible for is in such and such a color. And guess what? It was the very parts we were told you weren't responsible for. I voiced that consideration to Cal, and you know what happened? The color changed, but no documentation on why. So, respectfully, having nothing to do with your current attorney, we disagree with those findings. We've presented documents here 3 times, and I've spoken to the previous board 4 times, and twice they said to proceed with doing it, but nothing happened. So I very much appreciate your patience in hearing me out, but we do disagree and would be available to discuss it further.
I'll sum it up pretty quick. I was involved in writing a document where we changed it, where we took the road and switched it over to the CID from Stella Maris North. Ron Benson was there for Hull Montez. There were some questions about that as we switched that over and tried to write in there that you would take stormwater management. There was some discrepancy there, but Hull Montez approved that when it was built. It sat there for a couple of years. You took it over and would not take the stormwater management. That comes up today because of some of the boat dock things that we ran into today, right? The boat slips. If you look at our piece of paper there, it says that the CID takes responsibility for stormwater management for 2 areas in the community, all right? And so if we're all paying the same, and that's going to come out more as we go deeper into this boat dock thing, but who's paying for stormwater, and why do some people pay for their own and some people get it through the CID? And that's one of the issues that came up there. So that's going to come up in the future, and there is no reason as far as working or not working or accepted or, you know, there's no reason, since you guys approved it when it was built, and a short time later, you guys say, well, it wasn't built right, or it wasn't taken care of right. And we went through that with the road because you were gonna make us do soil borings and all different things to try to get the road turned over. And once it was brought to your attention that you approved the build of the road, there was no use to do soil borings because it met your specifications then, it's gotta meet them now. So we'll be in the same boat with the stormwater management on that.
Yeah, I thought once we did the road, I thought that was all taken care of, except along the seawall. I thought we were exempt from
we
that.
never took the drainage.
No, they wouldn't take the drainage because, as he's saying.
But we put the road.
I know.
They're two different things.
Well, no, I can understand.
Culverts and the other thing, you know, that isn't a road.
We got ponds, we got stormwater management ponds.
Yeah, there's one around the circle, right? There's one
Well,
behind
behind the 28 and 29,
Yeah.
yeah, there's ponds back there, and that goes, you know, it goes in there, and then it goes out through the swales, and that whole system we take care of, but really, you know, if we want to get into nitty gritty, and we're going to see more of this coming up in the near future with discussions like today, why does the CID pay for some? As a CID, I think we either got to pay for all of it or none of it. All right, because you can't take a community and say, we're going to pick up your stormwater management, we're not going to pick up yours, but we're going to pick up yours.
Well, what
Can't do that.
brought this about was we were scared of Stellamere South because of all the pipes going through seawalls, and that the CID would be on the hook if water management went after them for finding them for all that, and the cost of correcting those things. That's what.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're going to dedicate something to the CID, it has to be in compliance. So there's no reason that Stella Maris North can't dedicate their stormwater to the CID if it's in compliance. Why wouldn't we take it?
Well, maybe they were saying that they had to prove it. I don't know if that's the case or not. You know, but here again,
How about we
So
address
why don't
this
we
in
put
the
it on the
future?
agenda
Make sure we can
for
address it.
our next
We
meeting?
have the sign up today,
We
that's
gotta
why I
get this
brought
over.
it up.
Respectfully, if I could just add one
very,
fact.
very short, please.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to do that. The previous board and attorney and the current engineer, we presented a case. Our plan unit development never had us in stormwater management business. Our pond's part of your system. You put water in it. You also empty your vacuum trucks into our pond for the past 20 years rather than haul them someplace to do it properly. We didn't say anything. And here's the dilemma. You have the franchise from government to be in this business. I can't get low interest bonds. I can't do the things government can do. And it's part of your system. You have the franchise. I can't put up another McDonald's because you got it. We don't. I can't go to any other governmental entity because you're here. So it's pretty clear. And I would point out that the board did take action twice to go ahead and do this. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Anyway, just because it touched on that and this that we have up here today and we're talking about, we brought it up, I think we have to look at that at a future time.
Is Richard DeBose attorney for the,
Stella Maris North, right, Frank? Richard DeBose is the attorney for Stella Maris.
Who?
Richard DeBose.
No.
I got a gal there. You just got rid of her, I mean, she just retired. Who you got now?
We're represented by Jonathan Huffman of Bowman Ritchie.
Let me look at that.
Richard sent a recent piece of correspondence
Yes,
that I
he did.
saw, and I thought it was pertaining to this issue. I just want to make sure my,
In the
It's
meantime,
it's about a road, public record request for a road involving, bear with me. Stella Maris, but not, it doesn't say, it's just the plat of Stella Maris. Doesn't say north or south.
I never heard of that, that's right.
You have the second page, Tony.
I'm getting there.
Well,
I locked my mouse at the office, so I'm using my fingers for trying to rest. I'm not good at doing the,
That looks like Stella Maris is south.
yeah, so that's Mr. DeVos, maybe Stella Maris South.
Okay. Same issue or similar issue?
I don't know.
As far as the records I have, the only responsibility the district has is for utilities only.
I think, I'm just guessing, but I think Stella Maris South may be working with, because of those pipes and whatnot, they're probably getting looked into it, so they probably got an attorney to make sure that.
I think they want the road. I think they're focused on giving the road to the district.
That
Stella
could be
Maris
as
South.
well, because they didn't even own the road up until just recently.
So I think that's what it is, it's the road.
Okay.
And do you want us to, and the engineer and managers, to work on having the road conveyed to the district or not? We can talk about that in the next board
Yeah,
meeting.
that-
We'll put that on the next board meeting for discussion.
We'd have to really, when we turned ours over, really came down to what's in the agreement, right?
I don't know if there is one for Stella Maris South, but what we'll do is we'll put together a package for the next board meeting.
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
The
I
president.
just have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question. If you're going to put a package together for Stella Maris to give us their road, who pays for that? Will they be billed for that?
It'll be a short package. I mean, it's just going to be the request, and then we can ask them to provide the materials necessary for the board to decide how to proceed. How does that sound? Put the onus on them to give us documents.
Well, yeah. I mean, the onus on them is if they want us to take over their road, then don't they need an attorney? And
Yeah, they have one. What I'll do, it'll be a short email, and at least I'll say, the board will consider your request as long as you put together a package and send it to the manager, engineer, and attorney in advance of the board meeting for the board's consideration. And have them do the narrative and all the work. It'll just be a short email.
That's what we understood.
Click,
okay,
sounds good.
yeah. I just don't want us to end up spending all that money on engineering and attorney's fees for something that benefits them.
No, that's a good point. I'll put
Mr. Durrell?
This is, what I'll do, Annalise, then with the board's consensus is just send an email saying, Richard DeVos, put together a package, send it to the manager, copy me and the engineer, and to be placed on the next board agenda for consideration, so you need to be there. Okay? I'll just do that, and then I'll just read it as part of the agenda packet. Good point.
Right.
Thank
Yeah, because we do that to everyone else. It should, everything should be the same.
Good point.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. Sam LaShear, Stella Maris South. Stella Maris does not own Stella Maris South. That's the problem.
Oh, you still own the road?
The road is not owned by our association. That's the problem. We found out that the road is still owned by the developer. What we're trying to do is find a way to either take the road over, or like in the case of Stella Maris North, have you take the road over just exactly like Stella Maris North. That's what we're trying to do. That's what Mr. DeBost is working on. He's not working on any of the code violations. We have an engineer working on that.
Okay.
It's completely separate.
Okay, so that road issue then, the original developer, are they still in existence?
No, that's the problem. They are no longer in existence.
So,
and so
then how do we go
County
about taking
as
over
a-
something from somebody that, go ahead.
What I suggest is, following up with what Annalise said and what Mr. LaShira said, is that Mr. DeVos put together a package of what he outlined as a route to go
Okay, that
for
makes
the
sense.
district to obtain ownership, which would require some process to have the former owner or a court process for the property's title to be transferred to the district and/or the association. But the onus for all that, I think following the board's thought process, would be the onus and expense would be on that association to come up with a concept or a process, give it to this board, and the board says, okay, we're on board, but you pay for it, Stella Mars. There are different ways to accomplish, when you have a dissolved corporation, an officer of the corporation at the time of dissolution has the ability, in winding up the affairs of the dissolved corporation, to sign quitclaim deeds and other deeds. There's another process that if you don't have any, and I've researched this from another district, where you have a dissolved corporation and nobody wants to sign it, there could be a court proceeding to have the court appoint a trustee. But again, that's what I would suggest, is that something, Mr. DeBose say, here's our problem, here's our proposed solution. If we, Stella Maris, go through the process of getting ownership of the road, will you take it, and what are you going to take conditions? So again, back to the concept of putting it on them.
Sam, does that work for you? Sam?
Sorry, I had to unmute.
Okay.
That's fine, but Mr. Tony will need to contact Mr. DeVos to give him that information, and I'm sure he'll do whatever is necessary. We just want to get this behind us because, like I said, we were quite surprised to find out we didn't own the road.
Very good.
Yeah, with the board's agreement, I can, recognizing the expense, I can have a short conversation with Mr. DeBose about conveyance by a successor, an officer, a quiet title action, or appointment of a trustee, if the board's inclined. And again, the board may have further issues as far as the condition of the road and whether they want, and how they want to accept it. Some places in districts I represent say, we'll take it as is. Some will say, bring it up to standard. Some will say, come halfway. But that's a board function.
Sam, is there anything that the board can do to help Stella Maris with their drainage issue?
The drainage issue, no. The engineer, we have an engineer that's working on that right now. We've been in contact with Mr. McKenna, and so we're still waiting for something to be developed as far as putting us in compliance. So yeah, we're good. Thank you. I appreciate the offer.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help you, let's reach out, please.
And I'm sending Mr. DeBose an email right now to have him give me a holler. And
okay.
Thank you.
Continuing on, immediately following our last board meeting, I did look up some different companies that might be able to assist with the well field piping testing. I did forward that to Mr. Truckee, and at this point, we're just waiting to see what Mr. Truckee comes up with as far as doing some additional testing on the well field piping to help quantify, and also maybe try to locate where we do have some substantial leaks and so forth.
Real quick, that company did get back to me. I did contact them. It took a long time. They ignored my calls for weeks. And I ended up going through another company who then referred to them and finally got them called back. The price was $57,000 to come and check that plant for leaks.
How long is it? How long is the pipe?
1.9 miles. So it's crazy. The other companies we have that'll check it but do not have that smart ball technology. This company that's expensive has a ball they put in a pipe and it goes through the pipe, and it can mark each leak as it goes past them. And it graphs them and everything. It's a cool thing, right? But that technology, they know what to charge for it, right? $57,000 is a lot of money. Have another company come and find the leaks and kind of, let's call it the old-fashioned way, probably $5,000-6,000.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That's all?
I have bids.
Just keep us informed
10 times
when that's
difference?
to occur and so forth, so we can witness it and do any kind of certifications and so forth that need to be done.
Okay, so the last company I had bid was $1,500 a day, 4-day max to check for all the leaks.
What are the companies, Mr. Truckee? Are they like Sewer Viewer, MRI, or?
No, I have.
Sewer Viewer does
the binding rods.
MRI.
Yeah.
No, the one company,
Don't laugh at it.
it's called Xylem. Xylem Smart Technology was the one for $57,000. And then the other one was ES.
Yeah.
I want to say like ES.
I can give you two of the names of other districts that are utilized.
American League and ESG, I think it is. I got it.
I can give you two other, and if you can email me, I'll give you two other companies' names if you want to.
You don't have his email?
I'll forget. That's my reminder.
Yeah, I just have to find it on my notes, but I do have the company. I have to call him back because he said that if it didn't work out with this smart ball technology company, that they could do it.
Okay, if you can send me a reminder email, I'll send you two names.
All right.
You may or may not have them.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right.
Anything further, Dave?
Yes, we've been working with FEMA consultants. We've had a couple teleconferences with them. This past Friday, we did send them some reports, some memos for the 4 different grant projects that have been submitted. I do have copies of those if any of the board members would like to look at it. I did transmit it electronically to the district manager and then also Mr. Truckee, since he's taking the lead on that, copies of those memos. I believe today was the submittal day, it may have been yesterday, but I think they went ahead and made their submittals utilizing our memorandums for the follow-up information that the FEMA grant we're requiring.
Okay. We have a lot of that grant stuff going on right now, so it's...
Just so you got a point of reference, the cost estimates we did do for the different projects, they do total about $5.6 million. I mentioned, let's see. Okay, we talked earlier about the canal pump station. And I don't know if anybody's got any additional questions about that. At this point, we're going to go ahead and continue coordinating with the FEMA consultant on an on-needed basis. So that's something that we'll be looking to do. We'll wait on the wellfield piping testing. A couple other follow-up things. Now that we know the answer to the canal pump station, we do need direction and any kind of authorization on the water storage tank construction as far as how you want to proceed with that. There is some field survey that needs to be done, some verification of some yard piping to make sure it is where it's supposed to be. And then we'll go into the design itself of the yard piping extension along with the tank specifications for both the new and also the repair of the existing water tank. So again, we're waiting on authorization there. We had provided a proposal earlier this year for that. If you'd like, I'll go ahead and reissue that to you all. And,
Well, I got a question. Does the size of the water tank change? Seeing that was going to bypass this system over here, now we're keeping the system, so does that affect what size storage tank we need?
Well,
Seeing we're not...
I believe we'll still go with the same size water storage tank we have for the potable water now, which I believe is 125,000 gallons. One of the big advantages of putting the new tank there is if we were to try to do repair of the existing water tank now, it would probably be close to $50,000 that we would have to invest in temporary water storage, temporary piping, all kinds of things. So based upon that cost, it was discussed and the board had decided to move ahead with the addition of a new tank. That additional tank would be what I'm going to call a flip tank, that we would use it for water storage, public water storage. And then if we wanted to, we could flip it over and use for the fire irrigation system to give the irrigation system a little more capacity there. And again, if we need to switch it back, we've got the ability to switch it back and forth through the piping.
That's where this came in, though. Part of not repairing the pump system was because the extra storage in the tank was going to take care of...
No, it wasn't storage. The investigation about the pumps was more to find out whether we got the ability to move the water from the water plant itself throughout the entire system for irrigation and fire protection. Again, with that other report that we were able to find that was done a few years back, it shows that I confirmed through some very preliminary calculations that the pipe sizes that we have in the ground will not allow that to happen. The 10-inch line that we have leading to the water plant itself, by the time it gets down to US 41 and splits off and so forth, we are not able to provide fire protection and irrigation simultaneously.
If we have a 10-inch pipe, that should be plenty. What does it branch into, or what's the deal?
My analysis showed that 10-inch was, we'd have too much pressure loss as it went down the system.
Is there any place we could put that pump that's adjacent to electrical so we wouldn't need a generator?
The canal pump station is powered by normal electric power normally.
Yeah.
But since it's an essential part of your fire system, we need to have backup generation. And that's the second thing that we need your board direction on, is how you want to proceed on the canal pump station at this point as far as replacing the various components. Again, we did recommend, and it's in the FEMA report, that we go ahead and take a look at the FEMA elevations out there, make sure that the equipment itself will be sufficiently high for meeting FEMA requirements, but also maybe an extra 2 feet to get to the 500-foot level. And then depending on how the site works out and so forth, maybe we want to even bump it up a little bit more for resiliency factors. So if the board wishes to continue through with that process, we can prepare a proposal.
Okay, you said we have one already?
For the water tank, you do have one already.
Okay.
It was presented last early summer, late spring.
Is that start to finish till it has water in it, or was that?
Yes,
Okay.
Kevin's got a copy of it with him right now.
We just approved phase one. It was in phases.
Yes.
And you guys just did,
I
so
remember that.
that's the report is phase one's report.
Okay.
And then you'd have to be approved to go forward with something else.
You want to approve that today? What phases do we have next?
Well, it would be best if we just don't do it by phases, that at least we get it through the point of at least do the end of design, and then if you want to hold up and not bid the project right away, or we can go ahead and take it through bidding and then hold on to construction services.
Well, some of that's going to depend on our last agenda item today.
Right.
That might change drastically at our last agenda item, so.
Let's figure that out
You want to,
before we adjourn.
yeah. So you want to move ahead to the next agenda item and then decide if we're going to do that now or?
No, let's wait.
All right,
Move on to the next.
we'll wait on that.
Is that all you had, Dave?
That's all I have.
How about the records that I asked about last time? Did we do anything with that?
I did send a brief outline of documents we do have as far as plans and also some easement documents and different things we do have in our files. As far as a more comprehensive inventory, that's going to take some effort and some authorization. It's not going to be me sitting down for an hour and giving you a list.
Okay. So if you don't end up continuing as our engineer, how does that affect the records then that you have? I mean, does that mean we're going to have to spend a bunch of money to give you the time to put all that together?
Well, yes, there'll have to be some charge for that. Some of the information that we do have, I'll just load up in banker's boxes. You can come and pick them up and have at your will. Some of the other documents will probably need to be organized a little bit better so that they make sense. Right now, some of the real old documents are in just boxes at this point. They never have been scanned from the days that paper was prevalent.
Okay. So question for you, I know that Ron Benson put together those books and summaries and all that stuff of past events when he was the engineer here.
Correct, and that should be part of the district records.
Those are all district record?
There are currently already district records that you should have inherited from your previous district manager.
Okay, so we could have all those, do we have those?
I have a
Then
huge three-ring binder that has prior history. That's one of those.
From
Ron
Benson?
Benson, yes.
Yeah, so those,
It's
that's
about,
already
it's about,
information.
it's about 3 inches.
Is there several of those or just one or?
I think there's just one big three-ring binder of Mr. Benson's historical review of the district.
I just want to make sure that.
Again, most of the records I have, like plats and easement documents, deeds and so forth, they're all part of the public record as far as the property appraiser and the clerk's records.
Okay, what I was wondering, I just wanted to make sure that what got turned over to us when we switched managers, that we got it all, that we didn't just get part.
I can't guarantee that because I'm not a part of that transfer.
Okay. All right.
Speaking of that, might as well ask, where are we at on that?
I haven't filed the lawsuit yet because of other items, but that's high on my list. But you're seeing it in a minute, so that's next, probably the next 2 weeks. Make the final demand and say we're going to sue.
Okay.
I apologize, it's been all the other issues. And along the lines of records, though, I have in the past retrieved a number of the filings that were in the bankruptcy filing way back when. And in there are a number of documents that might be helpful to the board. I'll give them to Neil and Kevin. I mean, I've got, I think, 2 or 3 three-ring binders when I printed it out for the bankruptcy filing. Okay. That I retrieved that help paint some of the former history also. And I apologize for not getting
Developer bankruptcy?
Pardon?
Developer bankruptcy?
Yes.
Okay.
Many, many years ago. A lot of litigation over that.
All right.
That's where we are.
I think that takes us down to item 12A, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And with that, Dave, thank you for your time today, but we'll excuse you.
Okay. I'll leave some copies of the FEMA memos.
They have,
board members are interested.
yeah, I think we distributed those.
You think that was in our binder or what?
They were received late Friday afternoon. I made copies
okay.
and
And that's
this,
what that was?
Yeah.
Oh, technical memorandum?
yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will you give a copy of everything to Steve for me?
Yeah, we have,
Since I'm not there.
we have, these were received late Friday afternoon, after the, or maybe early this week after the agendas had been distributed.
So now we have to look at these two companies, correct?
Yes, and so I've prepared a memo. The Florida law is a little peculiar in the way that you can go about procuring professional services related to architecture, engineering, land surveying, and of the like. So I sent you a summary memo, and I had indicated to the board that we had actually received 3 very good requests for the RFP. Unfortunately, one of them missed the deadline, and I discussed with Tony the fact that, you know, in a competitive environment, I had to declare them unresponsive because they didn't actually contact me until 4:45 on the afternoon when they would otherwise have been due by noon.
Otherwise, we would have to
Your alternative would be to
pay to
reject
do
them
the whole
all
thing again.
and resubmit them. But we did run a legal notice in the Naples Daily News and issued an RFP in June. Total of 4 firms got copies. 3 made inquiries of me. You've got 2 proposals, and I will just tell you that while I'm not in any way personally acquainted with Dave, the firm, as well as the alternative firm, have extensive CDD or district experience. If you had an opportunity to look at the proposals, they were well done, and they were serious about it. There's a surprising number of district clients that both firms currently have. Both firms are located in North Naples. In terms of ease of access and time that you pay somebody to travel to these meetings, the ABB firm is just north of Pine Ridge Road on US 41, and the whole Montez firm is further north, up on the north end, just south of Wiggins Pass Road, also on US 41. So the fact that they're local firms, they have, I think, very good relationships with Collier County and the other agencies, South Florida and the DER. What I need you to do, based off of the criteria that we published, I need each one of you to rank and assign some point factorization, and then we will add up the totals before we leave here, and we'll indicate who the apparent number 1 firm is for purposes of then trying to negotiate a contract that will include fee. And unfortunately, the law doesn't allow you to ask them, you know, to give an hourly rate schedule as part of your deliberations. Failure to come to terms with your number 1 ranked firm will then result in me coming back to you and asking you at that time, you know, we couldn't produce a contract the board was willing to sign. You can then reserve the right to reject and start over again, or then try to negotiate with whoever's ranked number 2.
Sure.
Annalise, I did not know that you would not be here today, and so I have asked Kevin to text to you a picture of the ranking form, and I just will need you to send a text back to Kevin, if you don't mind, so that we can compile your vote tallies as well. Pretty simple process. Does everybody understand the options that are available? But if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, let's go ahead and ask the board to complete their forms now, and then we'll turn it in.
And Neil, if I may, I don't have the form. Does the form have a place for the name of the board member?
It does.
Okay. That's a requirement of the Sunshine Law, that your name has to be on the ballot. On the form.
I mean, we just got this now, right?
We sent them out electronically last week.
I didn't get it. I couldn't even open the agenda for today. All I saw was this. Or no.
I could only open it up on a computer. I couldn't open it up on an iPad.
I tried opening it on my computer. Well, my computer's 10 years old, but it would, you know, I couldn't open it. So I mean, I don't know anything about these.
Well, yeah, we transmitted them to each one of you last week. You're not required to complete them today. Believe it or not, because we met late this month, your next regular scheduled meeting is 2 weeks.
Well, can we forego this until then, or not?
3 weeks.
16 or 15.
Well,
It's
the
the
problem with
15th.
this is, are we going to get them, I mean,
Third weekend's the 20th.
I mean, we don't even get to talk to these people. That's the other thing. I mean, I'd like to know what I'm dealing with.
You can, most don't. I mean, the alternative would be to have both of them back here at the September meeting to make a presentation.
Well, you know, one of my biggest things is going to be the damn invoices. I hate his invoices. And if they look like Tony's, I'd be okay, but they don't. It's just, you know.
total deal breaker for me.
Yeah, well.
Us getting billed for 3 people to come to this meeting today.
Yeah. Yeah, preparation, you know, and then they splits it up between 3 people, preparation. I mean, I don't know.
You can do the preliminary evaluations today if you're prepared. If you want to wait and submit them in advance of the next meeting, at least so that we could tally them, you are entitled to do that.
We could like just mail them to you or something.
Well, I'd suggest that they do it the open meeting for that way, because the timing of when they go into the, I would just suggest that they be handy minute the next meeting.
I would prefer to do that. I'd like to spend a little more time on this than 5 minutes and turn it in.
Okay.
I'd like to think about it a little bit more. I'm with Russ.
The written proposals are very thorough and are compliant and include all the relevant history and experience, in particular with districts and the key designated individual. I'm good with that.
And as Neil mentioned, the board can require their attendants to make a presentation if you wish. It's all within the board's prerogative.
Yeah, I've deferred to the chairman or see what the consensus of the board is. Some of those sort of resemble beauty pageants.
He's already done his, I guess. That's why he's chairman.
All right.
What's the pleasure?
Well, I'm going to turn mine in at the next meeting.
Yeah, I want to look this
I'd like a
over.
little more time.
Okay.
I mean,
Dan, Kevin?
Yeah.
I'll turn mine in later.
You know, I would just hold them and not put them in the agenda book.
No, I understand.
tell them to keep it.
I can hang on to them, I just won't put them in the printed agenda package. Or you can bring them.
I'll bring it.
I think we discussed the email records request from the prior management company. We've previously done landscaping, mosquito spraying update. Russ, was there anything in particular?
Oh, we got to get that stuff inside, and I believe the residents are right. It's not working like it did last year, but I mean, we live in the Everglades. It's not like you're going to ever get rid of all the mosquitoes, and that stuff is organic and it breaks down in one day. So it's only it's the type of viable product it is. The stuff Mosquito Joe uses is synthetic, and it lasts for a month. It gets onto the leaves, and then when the mosquitoes walk on the leaves, it kills them. So if you had Mosquito Joe, or my son does it too, it's about $60 a month. And right now, every homeowner's paying $65 a year. So whatever you want, but
Well, I mean, we don't need it all year long, right?
it's usually
So,
about 3
just
months that we do it. When it gets really dry, and I think we used to quit like in December, I think. I'm not sure. December, January, February, we usually didn't spray, and then in March we pick up again.
So why can't
So like
we do a
twice a-
hybrid then?
Why can't
Do
what?
the expensive stuff when we need it and
Oh,
the
no, you
inexpensive
can't.
stuff when
No,
we don't need it?
you have to go on the properties like Mosquito Joe does. You have to have permission to go on the property. Plus, you have to spray underneath all the leaves and everything. It's with a backpack. It's not like what I'm shooting out everywhere. So,
There was a thing on Nextdoor yesterday, and they're questioning again about the conflict of interest and whatnot. I think we should at least speak about that.
I looked at having somebody else spray besides me. and it'll go up $80 a spray.
I understand that completely, that it's going to cost us a lot more, but from what they were alluding to is that
Well, I mean,
our attorney in the past, I don't know that it was Tony,
It wasn't, it's Cox.
said that it is a conflict of interest. Correct?
No.
No?
Well, when Neil came on board, he told me it was not a conflict. So I don't know.
I think I've suggested that you not do it. I think I have suggested that in the past, that to avoid any issue. I think.
Well, then you got to accept a new proposal from him if I'm not doing it, because
Well,
like I said,
the question
A new
is, you have
proposal
to,
from your son?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
then
if
you
somebody
have
else is
to
going to spray
abstain
it.
from participating.
That's,
Well,
I don't care. I don't want to
and
do
I'll
it.
double check the statute, see if any other further changes since that time, but I think there is an issue with regards to you performing.
Yeah, I think we should address it even though,
I don't think we should put Russ in that spot. I don't think it's fair of us to put him in a compromising position. So
Right.
whatever he's comfortable with.
just,
I'm fine
he's
with
doing it to save us money.
Well, I'm saving my son money too. I'm trying to.
I know.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
You're doing it to save us money.
Right.
And we're putting you in the position of people saying that
Yeah,
it's a conflict of interest.
Because Joe said he had a handyman, and I contacted the guy, and he wanted like $75, $80
Yes.
more.
Yeah, it's arguably, there's a prohibition against doing business with one's agency. And that's what the prohibition would be. There's a whole section in the Florida Ethics Codes that talks about it. And so this, in my opinion, would fall within that
Okay,
category.
what would you suggest that we do?
That Mr. Titcher should no longer be performing the work.
Okay.
First of all, that the board solicit proposals from a company to do that, to do the work. Or have the manager solicit proposals.
So then I would like to make a motion that we get proposals, maybe in the next 2 weeks if we possibly can, for our next meeting. But I'm thinking,
We could still-
who could do that? I mean, can
I don't know. Cal looked, and Cal said that it was
Well-
approximately $5,000 a month, but I don't know who he
I
contacted.
guess one of my questions was that contract in effect before you got on the board?
Which contract? I didn't vote on anything.
No,
He's been on the board for quite a while.
okay, but the contract.
6 years, I think I've been here.
The contract for Mosquito Spring, was that in effect before you got on the board?
No. No, because Robert or whoever used to spray, Robert, and I don't know what happened to him.
Trent.
Oh,
He was working
Okay.
for Severn Trent, but he may have been an independent contractor.
right. And then they put out bids, and my son got it, and I didn't vote on it, so,
Okay.
because there weren't any other bids.
Clark put in a bid, but they were very expensive.
Well, no matter what, we should look at it because we're looking at Dave's contracts, we're looking at most people's contracts. And like I said, once this hits next door, I just don't like the idea that they're pointing at him and saying he has a conflict
Yeah,
of interest.
and the best way to do is to treat with an abundance of caution, be conservative on that approach.
Yeah.
Well, let me see
Yeah,
what
it needs to be defendable, that's all.
yeah.
I mean,
That's how-
if he's
that's
achieved
how-
this guy by 50%, it's defendable.
I have
in
no
my
problem
opinion.
not spraying.
Defendable.
But somebody's going to have to spray now. So, or you're not going to have it.
Message that was on next door, it does say that the Collier County Mosquito Control District offered in the past to assist the POI CID to establish a defensible method of assessing control.
They voted
So
it down.
Yeah, they voted.
Yeah, they're not
No,
going
they were looking at taking it
Over,
over.
telling you to assess.
She's talking about just giving us advice.
Helping with the plan.
And Kevin Jansen has been working on that as well.
Yeah, it was for that.
Okay, all right.
Let me reach out to the Mosquito Control District and see if they can
Yes, that's what I was going to
recommend some qualified, it does require a license, and otherwise, we asked Mr. Kitchens when we came on board to have his son put the license number on every invoice, and they complied. And let me just see if we can't identify, tomorrow's Friday and Monday's a holiday, and I'm going to see you guys, 10 days after that. So let me see what we can do to at least see if we can find some vendors in this marketplace.
Where is the mosquito district, special district right now? Where is that?
The
They were
annexation
trying to-
proposal they
were
had-
trying to expand so they could take us in.
It was denied in the last session.
Right, but they were going back at it again, from what I heard.
The guy from Lee County voted it down. Some guy from Lee County voted it
County.
down, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Some representative.
Is that going to go back for another stab?
I don't know, and they won't, the legislative delegation won't even meet until before Christmas, Tony? Local
November, you need to get it earlier than that probably, because that's when they start filing their bills.
I would think that they would.
I think
mean,
September,
with tax
October,
values
November.
skyrocketing, I would think they'd be in search of tax base, but I'll try, I'm going to contact them to see if they can give me the names of some
Okay, make
potential
sure that we're not missing
vendors.
something or dates where we would apply to get put in, you know, if they're going to go back at it. in the
Yeah,
legislation.
and in advance, we could always ask you to sponsor a resolution.
One already.
This local body would sponsor a resolution in support of a special act to enlarge or annex the boundaries.
I make that motion.
Tony, can you?
Well, I mean,
Second it.
what I would, I think first open up to the floor for comments from the public, since that's not an agenda item. Any comments from the public on what was just moved by Mr. Truckee?
I didn't hear what he moved.
He would be, made a motion that the board adopt a resolution in support of the change of boundaries of the Collier County Mosquito Control District to include this community.
They have to expand their district before they can come and spray for us.
I'll second that if it hasn't been.
I'll third it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All I can say is, no matter who you get,
We ain't got anybody yet, so you.
well, I mean, but Collier County is not going to come out here 3 times a week. You'll be lucky to see him once a week.
So
So,
they might not be the guys then.
yeah, no, I'm just saying, it's tolerability.
Yeah.
Remember, I'll never forget she said that. It's what we think is tolerable. So I guess it's how many phone calls are made by the
I'll tell you,
poor people.
I have to say that right now, I rode my bike the last 2-3 days right at dark, just when it's getting dark.
Yeah.
There were no mosquitoes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's been breezy. I sprayed when it was breezy. That was an experiment.
A lot of dragonflies.
I thought maybe we were working
Yeah, a
for
lot of
Alvin
dragonflies.
Maria.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're upstream,
Yeah.
you're upwind.
You're,
Hurricane that we had that wiped everything out, and the mosquitoes were gone for a while, will this affect that way?
It's more the water movement
Did
than
we
the
get
wind.
surge?
Yeah.
It's, the water flushes the larvae out.
Yeah.
And
The sheet
we're in a dry period, unusual, and so we're not getting rid of that.
Yeah.
The hurricane probably just flushed it out. Because a lot of rain came with it. This time, we didn't get much rain
So
again.
if we get somebody besides the one we got now, they're probably not gonna service us as well as we.
Probably not.
So, can we get a consensus that from somehow that that's the best route to go?
Well, I think we've got to open it up to other folks and look for other avenues.
But I mean, can we come back to the public and say, this is what they're saying we're gonna get for X amount of dollars?
Oh, absolutely.
And this is what we're getting,
Mhm.
and do away with this conflict of interest?
It may end up still
Okay.
being him, yes.
Okay, I just hate to see him give up his part-time job.
Oh, I don't want it.
I agree, no, you're not participating.
Okay, then, like I said, Chad's got to.
I know, I'm saying that in jest.
Yeah.
I know you're doing that as a favor to the community, and you've been doing it for quite some
Well,
time.
I'm
and we appreciate
helping my.
it.
I'm be honest. I'm helping my son out, but
Yeah, But you've helped us out by, because like I said, nobody else is gonna take the time
right,
and do it as often and as economically.
right.
And
Well, if he is,
overall, the mosquitoes aren't that, I mean, they're worse this year than before, but that's, like you said, because of
they weren't like when Irma was
Nature
here.
things.
When Irma was coming, that year was 2017.
Do what?
It's a conflict of interest, according to the attorney, so you can't ignore it.
But if the whole community stands up and says, we would rather spend the.
It only takes one
lower
guy.
amount.
It only takes one person. to make a
Absolutely.
mistake.
Again, I suggest, it's not something with the community makes the decision.
Yeah,
It's with the statutes and if anybody follows the law.
I just got to tell him to, figure that out. I mean, if maybe he'll come out for an extra $80, but it's 3 hour, it's an hour here, an hour back, and an hour spraying, so that's 3 hours time. So I don't know. Maybe there's somebody else. I don't know.
We'll determine that. Your next regular meeting is September the 15th.
Wow.
Believe it or not, it's the
first is
third
Monday.
Friday will occur in about 2 weeks. And I just want to underscore today, I was, as part of your motion to adopt the budget, we are looking for some assistance from the Marina Condominium Association to designate the two classes of ownership. One that we will just generically call liveaboards, and the other one being, non-liveaboard or without those sorts of considerations.
One other thing before we get out of here. People are back to talking about disbanding the CID. And I know before we were elected, we said that we would look into that. Since it was brought up to me again, I'm back to where I was before I got elected, and that was digging into whether or not that was an option. I haven't come up with a single scenario that allows us to do that, because what I'm seeing is that there's only a couple things that you can do, and it's if the place is completely inactive, you can get out of it, or if you haven't had any operation and maintenance bills and whatnot to go through, then you can get out of it. Or the third one is you go to the state legislature and get them to agree to it. Am I anywhere close to correct?
Well, I don't have that portion of the statute memorized. There's a separate section of the statute that talks about what's required for termination. And by the way, as an aside, the only district I'm aware of being terminated in Cuyahoga County, since I'm aware of it, has been Artesia, which is off of 41 and they're 951 by Rookery Bay. They had no infrastructure, no assets, no bonds, no financing, nothing.
So they fit this.
That was terminated by the county commission that had established that.
Right.
But bear with me, because remember, you also have a facility that is the sewer plant. You have the wastewater plant.
While he's looking, I will tell you, it would require a plan of succession to present to the Board of County Commissioners, and that plan of succession would then be met with a replacement district to operate or assume responsibility for the roads and the drainage and the street lighting, the irrigation and water and wastewater utility, and they're going to do that with their own district.
So they're just going to set up another CID,
They're going to set up
basically?
a dependent district under the Board of County Commissioners, and the Board of County Commissioners, are going to appoint the supervisors that would serve.
So we would be
And
under
that exists in Pelican Bay. Pelican Bay at one time was an independent district. There was some litigation. The county prevailed in the litigation, and the county turned around at the end of that whole process and said, okay, now we're going to create a dependent district. We're going to appoint the supervisors, and you're going to be paying taxes in support of that dependent district.
So basically, we would just get rid of our board, CID board, and let them give us a board.
Well, it's actually just different. I mean, upon the transfer of all of the community development services of the district to a general purpose unit of local government, which is Cuyahoga County, the district shall be terminated according to the plan of termination, not successor to termination, adopted by the Board of Supervisors and filed with the clerk of court. Or, and that's something, but the county has to agree to that.
But there again, if they agree to that and they just turn around and create another level of government.
Remember, you elect the county commissioners only from your district. So if you have a 5-member board of county commissioners, that's basically ex officio the governing body of that entity, or if the county commission takes over everything and it is the governing body itself, you have one county commissioner that you can contact
Right.
as your representative.
And the problem being that their process to pay for the services is going to be to compel you to create a dependent district as part of county government to pay those costs for maintenance and
So the costs we pay now, like for our non-ad valorem fees, they'll turn around and
Make
assess.
them ad valorem fees.
And
Well, they can do it,
Pretty much.
they can do it either
They
one.
can do it either way. They can do it as ad valorem, or they can also do special assessment.
Here's another thing. I would like to see LaCastro here in October if we could swing it. I have real issues with the fact that they're collecting all these impact fees here. Well, if Case builds out here, we're looking at them taking impact fees of close to $3 million. We get none of it, not one single cent. And Russ, you were saying they were getting $1.5 million for something from us as well. What was that again?
That's the PILT money,
Pill?
payment in lieu of taxes. We get 1.5 million. That's for the Everglades, to protect the Everglades, and it just goes into the general fund. I already talked to LaCastro. You and he are gonna be like best buds.
Goombas?
Well, here's the thing. And now it looks to me like our taxes for this community has probably gone up 30% just in their tax evaluations. They're taking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars out of this community, and I'm struggling to find out where are they bringing us anything back. We're not hooked up to the county in any form or fashion, other than schools, libraries, and airports and whatnot.
Fire and police.
Police, fire.
Yeah.
no, we pay.
We pay for all that.
We pay
Yeah.
a bunch of that.
That's what we're getting for our
Oh,
taxes.
have you seen our fire bill?
It's on their tax bill.
On my house, it's like $2,400
Right,
just for fire protection.
right.
So we pay that. The county also kind of co-sponsors that. They pick up a chunk of that contract, but we, as a community, pay a bunch into that contract.
We pay 3 times what everybody else.
But what I'm
Everybody
getting
else
at
is
is
1.5.
we're paying
We're
hundreds
4.
and hundreds of thousands of dollars to them, and they're not responsible for basically almost anything in here. I don't know what we're getting for our money.
In the fire protection realm of it, we pay about 3 times what anyone else in Naples pays for the same service, just because we're out here.
But that's Greater Naples, though, isn't it?
It's greater, yeah, it's greater
I think
Naples
that's
fire.
Yeah, because they have different millage rates for different fire districts. You have North Collier has a different rate, you have Greater Naples, and you have...
Do you think that we could get any traction with this or anything, or are we just barking up a tree?
Honestly, I don't know that they're going to change their process or approach, but I mean, we could certainly invite the commissioner here just so that he understands some of the tax inequity.
Yeah, I guess one approach is if you're a developer and you do not like the impact fee analysis applicable to your property, it's expensive, but you can provide to the county an alternate impact fee analysis. But it's an expensive proposition, and I'll never forget, years ago, one of the members of the county commission, Neil, I'm not sure if you were manager at the time, but in one of the board meetings when the county commission was considering revising the impact fees, water, sewer, roads, EMS, whatever the impact fees are, law enforcement, the commissioner gave and got the board to agree that the charge to the county consultant and the county staff was come back with the highest legally defensible impact fees. That was, and they did.
And all that
That was the requirement. Don't come back with equitable, just come back with the highest legally defensible.
And unless we're going to get any of that, it's irrelevant.
Well, no, again, if you're a developer and you do not believe that, for example, like a road impact fee, you know, whether or not a developer out here can say, we don't use the county roads, we use the state road system more than county roads, the developer has the opportunity to do an alternative analysis, but it's not cheap to do that. You have to have all these consultants, and then the county can ultimately reject that alternative analysis.
That's something else I forgot. Lindsay Case sent me a message just recently and was wondering if the board would authorize Tony to get a hold of the county to see if there's anything that he could do to get them to make movements on what he's trying to do over there. Reason being is now the highway department supposedly is coming in and talking about how he's going to take traffic in and out on 41 and all that sort of stuff. And I looked into this, and being that he isn't paying the assessments up front, right? We get it when he builds the houses and whatnot. If I did the math right, every month that he doesn't complete this thing is costing us probably somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000. Every time this gets pushed back by the county, that's what it's costing us, and that's before you take in any water and sewer that you're going to sell.
But they're being assessed this year.
Huh?
O&Ms.
Yeah. O&M.
That's just the pittance.
But as far as DOT, Florida Department of Transportation, I don't know if they're involved or if it's the county staff working with DOT. What I'd like to see is more detailed analysis as to what they're requesting the district's assistance on, so I can come back to the board to get a clear direction as to how the district can help.
I think you're just supposed to go in there and tell them to get off their asses and get it
That
done.
never works. I mean, I'm sorry. I have tried that many a time to kind of go,
I don't know. I got an email the other day that told me I was supposed to get off my dead ass and figure out this mosquito stuff.
people
So
do.
it must
I've
work.
been told to get off mine too for different stuff. But no,
Yeah.
in all seriousness, the only person that can give direction to a staff person to engage in to accelerate is the county manager.
Okay.
They have a county manager ordinance that says if a county commissioner has a problem with a particular board member or staff member, that county commissioner has to go to the manager and say, hey, I'm having a problem with transportation. You need to get your transportation folks in line.
Well, does that same privilege extend to ex-county managers?
No, thank God.
No.
I mean, do you think that means that LeCastro has a grease gun?
No, he can bring Amy in and staff and say, Amy and the management, the county manager staff and say, hey, you need to find a way to help these guys out.
Okay.
I mean, that can be a request to the manager, then the manager decides.
So then we would probably be better off having LeCastro here and ask them to do that.
I'd suggest that would be more of a one-on-one conversation with him.
Okay.
Maybe he and you and Lindsay in the room and say, and have Lindsay say, here's the issue, and
he's not coming. He's not coming until November again.
Oh, maybe you can get Lindsay on the Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Castro, maybe just ask him that.
All right.
I think they'd be more impactful, quite frankly.
Okay.
Because here you are, resident and a representative of the district. Here you have the developer, without the attorneys, without the engineers, without the planners.
Okay.
There's nothing further. You can entertain a motion to adjourn. Remember, keep your ranking forms and tallies to yourself. I will need them to be signed, and at this point, unless the chairman tells me otherwise, we'll move forward based off of the written proposals as opposed to have them here to make some sort of verbal presentation. I think you should be able to walk through those criteria after you drill down into their proposals and then be prepared to submit your tallies when I see you in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
7-year-old man's got to go take a leak, man. I can't sit here for...
Whose idea was to give us these hard chairs?
They're bad.
I know.
They're bad.
We usually sit in those chairs.
They shouldn't take off.
Well, that was miserable.
Thank you.